The snowstorm was one of epic proportions. It closed the schools for 3 weeks, right up until Christmas break, and that was when the disappearances started. "Better not stay out too late, or Soap Sally will get you," my mum called to me as I went out the door to play with Rob and Terrell. I rolled my eyes at her, slipping my mittens on as I grabbed my sled from beside the door. "Sure, Mom, I'll be sure to watch out for Soap Sally." That had always been Mom's little attempt to scare me as a kid. When I was younger, like 4 or 5, Mom would use it to make sure I was inside before the streetlights came on. I remember the first time she ever said it to me, the moment ingrained in my brain forever. I was heading out to play in the sandbox in my front yard, something Dad had spent all day building on his day off, and she had offhandedly told me to make sure I was in before dark, because Soap Sally would take me away. I had stopped, little pail and shovel in hand, and asked her who Soap Sally was. My mother just shrugged and said it was something her mother had always said, and the two of us had used it as a kind of personal joke from then on. "Better get the groceries in before dark," I would say to my mom. "Soap Sally might get us." "Better hurry up and take out the trash," Mom would say. "I think I hear Soap Sally prowling." We'd done it so long, it had become normal. But I wasn't a baby anymore. I was 12, and I knew that Soap Sally was just some boogeyman that adults used to scare kids. She was no more real than the Wampus Cat, another one of Mom's colourful stories, and I put it out of my mind as I ran to join the others. Terrell had told us that his brother had told him about a big hill near Basker's Pond. "It's so steep that when you come down it, you almost fly," he said. So I trudged through the fresh powder, over the streets that no longer looked like streets at all, and made my way towards the edge of town. My hometown isn't very big. One of those 2 stoplights and a gas station kind of places you always drive through on your way to somewhere else. There were maybe 20 kids my age in town, and our whole school was probably less than your graduating class. We knew we were living in a podunk town in Georgia Hills, and most of us dreamed of getting out after high school and doing anything but staying here. For some of us, that dream was actually realized. For others, the cemetery was all they had to look forward to. I met Terrell near Basker's Park, a small little picnic and play area that butted up against Basker's Pond. The pond wasn't huge, but it was a great place to swim and fish in the summertime and just enjoy yourself. Today, however, it was a winter wonderland of fresh snow and chilly winds. Terrell was bundled up to his eyebrows in a thick ski jacket, and his snow pants had little rolls in them that made him look a little like the Michelin Man. He too was clutching a battered old sled, and when he spoke, I could see the air puff from his mouth. "About time. Where's Rob?" That was when we heard a loud call from up the road, and Rob came running with a banana yellow disc under his arm. He was wearing a matching ski suit and a pair of thick snow boots that seemed to be the only thing he wore that wasn't yellow. His voice cut through the sound of the wind like a foghorn, and I wondered if we were the only people in the whole town not inside right now. It was a little bit spooky, even in the middle of the day. "Took you long enough," Terrell said. "Are we ready to sled?" "If this hill is half as cool as you say it is, T, then I'm ready to sled till midnight," Rob said excitedly. With that, we set off. We had all seen the hill in question. Overlook Crest was the place to spread your blanket on the 4th of July to watch the fireworks, or to have a picnic, or to sit and watch the boats that went fishing out there during the warm months. It offered a great view of the water, and as we trudged up it, the hill felt about twice as steep as usual. The snow made it slippery, and the 3 of us were laughing and pushing as we raced to the top. Terrell won, of course. Terrell was a beefy kid, and he was harder to push down than Rob, who was mostly skin and bones. He set his sled against the snow, and when he slid down, he really did seem to fly. We spent the day in the hill, sledding, snowball fighting, making snowmen, and generally enjoying the day. Blizzards like these were rare, and we'd been having a lot of days like this where we were free to just be kids and enjoy our childhood. Sometimes we linked up with other kids from school to have snowball fights or play games, but mostly it was just Terrell and Rob and me enjoying the childhood we had before it was over. We had all expected it to end when we went to high school, the dying place of childish things, but none of us could have guessed that it might be something childish that ended it. I didn't notice it was getting dark until the streetlights came on and sent a dazzle of diamonds up from the snow. "Oh crap," I said. "Mom's going to be mad if I'm late." "Oh, relax," Rob said. "It's not like we have school tomorrow. As long as you're home before bedtime, why would she care?" Rob's parents were never home, leaving him in his aunt's or grandmother's care since they worked late. Terrell and I, however, had mothers and fathers who would expect us home when the streetlights came on, and I could see Terrell shuffling nervously too. We were all poised at the top of the hill, prepared to race to the bottom, and when Rob saw our looks, he rolled his eyes and jumped. We all jumped then, putting on a burst of speed as we tried to catch him. As we came down, I began to hear a strange sound, the rumble of something rolling down the street, the jingle of an almost merry bell, and the hum of a gravelly voice. I looked around, trying to find the source of the noise, and that's when I saw her walk under a streetlight. It was an old woman pushing a wheelbarrow or a small cart. We were heading right for her, and Rob was turned around backward so he could laugh and mug at us. "Rob," I shouted, "look out!" He turned just in time to smack face first into the cart. We swerved to a stop, Terrell and I running down the hill the rest of the way. We could already see the old lady bending over him to inspect the prone boy, and under the glare of the streetlight, he looked pretty bad. There was this big gash on his forehead, and blood was leaving red streaks down his yellow ski suit. Rob was groaning when we approached, and the woman looked up at us, smiling feebly as she rose to her full height. She was as wide as she was tall, and she was nearly 6 feet tall. She wore a voluminous black dress, her hair caught in a scarf or a kerchief that trapped it to her head. Her hands were liver-spotted, her fingers long and spidery as they sank back into her sleeves. The cart she was pushing seemed to be empty, and I figured she was on her way to pick something up when we bumped into her. There was a bell attached to it, and as Rob flopped back against it again, it tinkled merrily. "Dearie me," she said, and her voice was thin and spidery. "I didn't see you there, son. Are you okay?" We helped Rob to his feet, but he was very shaky and hardly able to stand. I was worried that maybe he had a concussion, maybe even a broken skull, and I wanted to help him get home as quickly as I could. Terrell asked the woman if we could borrow a cart, but she said she needed it later and couldn't loan it to us. "But," she said, "I will help you back to my cottage so you could call for help. I'll make you something warm to drink while you call your parents and let them know what happened. Put him in the cart now, and you can help me push him to my house." I was hesitant. Mom was always clear and not taking rides from strangers, and certainly not going into their houses, but Rob groaned and wobbled then, which made up my mind. Our town was so small after all. We'd never seen this old lady before, but what were the chances that she would want to hurt us? No one ever wanted to hurt us, and despite all the lessons about stranger danger, we'd never even heard of anyone getting kidnapped. We loaded Rob into the wagon. The bell jingled as he slid in, and pushed it back the way she had come. As it turned out, the woman lived in the woods behind Basker's Park. The tires rumbled over the wood chips that led to her house, and Rob groaned as he was jostled in the cart. We had left our sleds behind, and we moved unburdened towards a dark little cabin at the end of the long road. It looked spooky in the night, not a candle or a light to be seen inside. "You can push him right in the front door," she gravelled out, and as we neared, something screamed at me not to go inside that house. Common sense seemed to have reasserted itself, and when I paused on the steps to the front porch, The old woman and Terrell barely noticed. As the door came open, I could smell something like wax melting, the warm aromatic smell of tallow. There were floral smells as well, and something akin to the cooking of bacon fat. There was another smell though, something that prickled the hairs on the back of my neck. A coppery smell, a wet smell, and when I took a step back, the old woman seemed to notice that I hadn't come inside. She turned in the doorway, and we made eye contact for a few seconds before she asked me why I wasn't coming in. I just remembered that I thought of something, anything, and landed on a flimsy lie. My dad was coming to pick us up. If he comes to the park and we're gone, then he'll worry, so I probably need to... I turned to go back down the cedar path, but suddenly her hand was around my wrist. I felt my breath catch as I looked down at those long, spindly fingers. The bones creaked beneath the skin, and the flesh around them was so thin that I imagined I could see those bones through the pale wrapper that surrounded them. As firm as her grip was, her skin was waxy and slick. It reminded me of nothing so much as candle wax, heated tallow, and when I looked into her face, I could see nothing human there. Her face looked like an exceptionally well-crafted mask. A mask made of human skin. "Come inside," she whispered, and I could see that her mask bore too much makeup. She had really caked it on, and it made her look almost clownish. Whoever had applied it roughly. Her eyes were like black pits beneath all that dark shadow. I whispered, my dry tongue battering at chapped lips. "I just need to tell my dad where Your father can't help you now," she breathed, grinning with a mouth full of gravestone teeth. "But don't worry, you'll see him soon." She yanked my arm then, and I saw my one chance to escape. I pulled back hard and nearly toppled her from the porch, my arm slipping from a greasy grip. I was running flat out as she cawed angrily behind me. I didn't stop running until I reached my house. My mom was waiting for me on the porch, looking angry as I came running up. She asked what I thought I was doing out so late. She asked if I meant to meet the Soap Sally that she always joked about. She asked me if I intended to freeze to death in the snow. All those questions went unanswered. All her anger disappeared as I wrapped my arms around her and told her that some old woman had taken Terrell and Rob. She called the police, but seemed angry when she hung up. She told me that they must have thought she was someone pulling a prank. They told her that they would get right on it, and that next time Soap Sally came after her to make sure there was less than a foot of snow on the ground. She sent me to bed, but my dreams were full of the old woman and her deep, pitless eyes. In my dreams, she got me. In my dreams, she cackled and peeled my skin off. I woke up the next day to hear Mom on the phone with Terrell's mom. "He came home in a state last night, said some lady had Terrell, just like I told you last night. Didn't you find anything? I'll ask him once he gets up. If he comes home, let me know, please." She hung up the phone and came to talk to me. The police came by later that day to question me. I guess they were taking the disappearance of 2 children a little more seriously now. I told them exactly what I had told my mom. Rob had hit his head, and the old lady had offered to help us. We put him in a cart and pushed him to her house. I got spooked and tried to run, but she grabbed me. I got free and ran for the house. I told my mom what had happened, but the police hadn't believed her. It seemed they were interested in this house now and asked me to take them to it. I gave them directions, but refused to go anywhere near it. They came back and told me that the house had been abandoned for years and asked if I was sure. I told them I was, and they said all they had found was a little bit of dried blood and a black dress that might fit a horse. They didn't believe me. That much was apparent, but they believed me. After the soap arrived. I woke up one morning about a week after Rob and Terrell's disappearance and walked downstairs to the smell of breakfast. Mom was making flapjacks and bacon, and the smell turned my stomach a little as the familiar odour assaulted my nose. To this day, the smell of hot fat makes me want to puke, and the smell of it always takes me back to that house and that day. "Sweetie, could you bring the milk in from the front porch?" I looked outside. "The snow's 3 feet deep, Mom. I doubt the milkman ran today." "Well, I heard someone on the porch a few minutes ago. They left something and didn't knock. See if it's the milk before it freezes, please." Sitting on the mat was a small wicker basket. Sitting on a bed of black cloth were squares of packages wrapped in wax paper. I felt my breath hitch as I saw the cloth, but tried to shake it off. What didn't remind me of the old woman in the woods these days? I reached down to pick up the package and felt the semi-solid brick of soap as it smushed a little in my fingers. I unwrapped it, not sure who would leave soap on our doorstep. And that's when I saw the note. It was under the soap, written with a long, spidery hand, and the words sent a shudder through me that the winter chill couldn't top. "See you soon." I felt the soap slip from my numb fingers. When it hit the boards, I looked down and saw something that pushed a scream up my throat. It was a bone. A finger bone. The police told my dad that it had been Rob's finger bone, but they found trace evidence of Terrell's bones in the other bar of soap. Both their parents had received similar baskets of soap and, unfortunately, Rob's grandmother had brought it from her bathroom when the police came to check. She had been washing her hands with it all day, having no clue that she was washing her hands with her grandson's body. My own grandmother came to visit a few days later. She and Mom had a long talk about something, and I got the feeling Mom didn't want her to tell me something. As she shuffled to my room, I couldn't help but shudder as I imagined my door opening to reveal a huge woman in a black dress and shawl, leering at me as she smiled a witch's grin. When my grandmother knocked, I told her to come in. She sat on the bed with me and seemed to think about what she meant to say. "I grew up in this town too. You know that. One day, my friend Grace and I were late coming home from a church dance. We cut through the park, and as we passed by the sign that read, 'Welcome to Baskers Park,' we saw an old woman who was trying to fix a cart. She asked us to help her get a cart to her house, and we obliged. No sooner had I seen her house, though, than I got a tickling feeling. My mother had told me about a soap Sally too, and I suddenly realized what the smell was around her cart. It was tallow and lye and blood. "You got real lucky, kiddo," she said, giving me a huge hug as her bones creaked in just that way Soap Sally's had. "Don't press that luck by being careless." She left then, and we never spoke about it again. That was 5 years ago. 5 long winters ago. The snow is back, and the days are short. But I haven't left my home after dark since that night I lost my best friends. Though I never saw her again, I knew she had seen me. Sometimes I hear the grumble of that cart, the tinkle of bells, and it sends me running home as surely as I did that night I escaped her. My greatest fear is that she will make good on her threat one day. One day, Soup Sally may leave me on my parents' porch, their missing son unknowingly come home. I'm writing this as a warning to everybody. Don't trust downtown Santa. You know the guy I'm talking about. He's walking around right now, wearing a grubby old beard that's no longer snowy white in colour, but a dirty grey shade. His red pants are scuffed, and his boots are dirty from stepping in dog turds as he roams the streets aimlessly. Always downtown. I knew the moment I saw him that he wasn't the real Santa Claus. Despite the heavy-looking bag he carried on his shoulder and the red hat lined with white fur sitting atop his head. Still, he saw me right away and came stomping over to us from across the town square. Oh no, he saw us, I heard my mom mutter, grabbing my shoulder protectively. We should go. My dad shook his head, looking only slightly less worried than my mom. No, that'll make it worse. He'll probably cause a scene. Let's just get this over with. My mother looked horrified. Her eyes had gone wide and she was staring at my dad as if he was losing his mind. Over my dead body, she whispered furiously under her breath to him, but eventually relented as Downtown Santa came within earshot. He strode over towards us with big, bounding steps and laughed merrily. Ho, 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 Merry Christmas. What do we have here? What's your name, little boy? He asked with good-natured cheer. I wondered if maybe he wasn't so bad after all. Despite his appearance and my parents' obvious concern, he seemed decent enough. Maybe just a little grubby. Jacob, I said back to him. Well, Jacob, have you been a good boy this year? I think so. I got good grades. I helped my friend with his homework yesterday, and I usually clean the cat's litter box on time every week when it's my turn. At this point, I still thought it was really Santa, or maybe one of his representatives, so I didn't want to lie to him. But I'd find out later he was doing way worse stuff than lying. Way worse. My parents sounded like they were holding their breath behind me, and I could feel my mom's grip on my shoulder getting tighter and tighter. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Well, that sounds like a good boy to me. And what did you want for Christmas this year? If you could have anything in the world, what would it be? I thought about this for a few moments, then decided. If there was one thing I wanted, it was a new video game system. The one my parents said was too expensive. A PS5, I told him, and he chuckled. My, that's a popular one this year. Alright, well, I'll have to see if the elves can make up another one before Christmas. You be extra good boy, and we'll see what we can do, okay? I thanked him politely, and he patted me twice on top of my head, as if I were a dog, then handed me a candy cane wrapped in cellophane. Merry Christmas, he said, looking at my parents now instead of me. His voice had changed and become hard and flat. Haha, Merry Christmas, my dad said to him awkwardly. Thanks. My mom snatched the candy cane from my hand as soon as Downtown Santa walked away. I couldn't help but feel disappointed. Not about the candy cane, those were plentiful this time of year. Downtown Santa had basically just told me I wouldn't get a PS5. When people said, I'll have to see, that always meant no. I was a kid, and even I knew that. When we got home an hour later, my parents got into an argument. It sounded like my mom was mad at my dad for letting me talk to Downtown Santa. She had wanted us to run away from him in the opposite direction. There was whispering, and I heard her say something about what happened last year, but I had no idea what that meant. They argued for the rest of the night, and I stayed in my room, only emerging for dinner, which consisted of Katie mac and cheese and hostile stares, and glares back and forth across the table. I was afraid to say a word, feeling like it was somehow my fault they were arguing with each other. The next day, my parents still weren't talking, and neither one of them was going to make the ritual Sunday morning pancakes, I could tell. So I made myself a disappointing breakfast of Reese Puff cereal and milk. Then I told my parents I was going to play with some friends for a while. Neither one of them seemed to hear me. I met my two friends, Ryan and Brad, and we took a walk downtown, looking for places that were giving out free samples. Weekends were always good for that, especially around Christmas, and we knew all the hot spots. In December, our town's little shops were doing anything they could to try and get people in the doors, so employees were out front on the sidewalk in places giving out free apple cider and food samples, bundled up in coats in the cold weather. There was a carousel set up temporarily in the town square, horse-drawn carriage rides, and a myriad of other activities which were happening throughout the month, especially on weekends. After scouring all of the local stores for free stuff, we sat in the town square, debating what to do. The carriage rides were fine, but we'd done that before. Same with the carousel. None of us mentioned these activities because they seemed a bit lame, since they were meant for little kids and families. Then, I saw him again. Downtown Santa. He was talking to a little kid with a pair of nervous-looking parents once again standing behind them, looking watchful and worried. "Hey guys, you see that Santa?" "Yeah," said Ryan. "What's the deal with him? My parents were freaked out yesterday when he came over to talk to us. Then they argued about it all night. And look at that kid's parents. Don't they look scared just being close to him?" The mother pulled the child closer, edging away ever so slightly as she tried to bring the interaction to an end. Downtown Santa was having none of that though. He was still in lively, animated conversation with the child, pulling the child's arm and digging in his pockets for a fresh candy cane. Yeah, I guess that is weird." "Huh, really? You guys don't know about Downtown Santa?" Brad asked, chuckling at us like we were stupid. Ryan and I looked at each other, and I felt my face getting hot with embarrassment. No, I don't think so. Maybe I did and just forgot," I said. "What's the deal with him again?" Brad just kept laughing like it was the funniest thing in the world. He could be a bit of a dick when he had a piece of information like that. He loved being in control of a bit of juicy info and dangling it in front of your face while you begged for it. And then half the time he was just buying time so he could make up some bold-faced lie. It was always hard to tell whether he was being honest or not. "I don't know, guys. I'm not sure you're old enough to hear this story." "You're only a year older than us, Brad. Shut the hell up already and tell us." Finally, after a few more minutes of this, he relented. Okay. So you guys know how there's the real Santa and then there's his representatives, right? The guys who go around to malls and everything?" "Yeah, so what about it?" I asked, eager to hear what he had to say. "Well, apparently, he used to be a shopping mall Santa over at the West End Mall, but then kids started going missing and the police started connecting it to him. They even arrested the guy. It was in the newspaper and everything. My parents tried to hide it from me, but I found the old paper in the recycling bin and asked my older brother about it. They told me not to tell you guys, since you're so immature. You wouldn't be able to handle finding out that you sat on the lap of a serial killer. But they never proved anything. He lost his job, his house, all that. Now he lives on the street, and they say the only clothes he still has are his Santa clothes. That's why you only see him out this time of year." Ryan and I were dumbfounded. We'd never heard any of that before, but it certainly explained my mum's concern, if it was true. The more I thought about it, the more I started to convince myself Brad made it up. Things like that didn't happen in small towns like ours. I knew my parents would have told me something like that, if only to keep me safe. Plus, Brad was a big fat liar. Brad went home a little while later, and Ryan and I were left by ourselves. Downtown Santa was still roaming the town square, and we were watching him suspiciously from a distance away. "Do you think Brad's full of crap?" Ryan asked me. "Probably. I mean about the murdering kids part. Brad's always trying to mess with us, but I bet he's right about one thing. This guy for sure was a former mall Santa, judging by the way he talks. And I think I actually remember him now from last year, over at the West End Mall, just like Brad said. I wonder if he's still got any connections to the big guy." I hadn't thought of that. He had been asking kids what they wanted for Christmas. Maybe he still had some secret line to Santa that he could use to send information. Why else would he be asking kids what they wanted and giving out candy canes? That would be cool, like a big red phone with a Rudolph nose on it that lights up when Santa calls from the North Pole. I wonder if he's really got something like that. A top secret hotline to Santa Claus. Can you imagine? We could actually try to convince him to give us PS5s this year, rather than just getting the runaround again. We could plead our case to him personally. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Ryan asked, shaking me with both hands, excitedly by the shoulders. Yes, let's follow him, I said quietly. We'll tell him back to his place. Then we'll use his Santa phone to talk to the big man, make our case for our PS5s. Then we get out before he notices us. It was foolproof. At least, we thought so. The two of us waited and watched downtown Santa from a distance, keeping an eye on him constantly as he went from kid to kid and family to family. Each time he provoked the same reaction: wonderment from the children, terror and suspicion from the adults. Regardless, we'd made up our minds about what we were going to do. The idea of getting the PS5s we'd been drooling over for the longest time probably made our judgment a bit cloudy. We decided we would even settle for just one that the two of us would share if it came down to it. So we sat, watching and waiting. My ass first became uncomfortably cold from sitting on the bench, so I stood up and paced. Then my face started to feel numb, and my toes, then finally my fingers as I dug them into my pockets, trying to warm them up. My extremities prickled and tingled with pins and needles as they became more and more painful the longer we sat there. Man, he's never gonna leave. This guy's committed, Ryan said as the downtown Santa marched across the town square for the umpteenth time to greet another family. He hadn't bothered to come over to us though, I noticed. Maybe he just recognized me from the other day, I thought to myself. Finally, I saw a police officer come by, and the fake Santa's eyes went a bit wide and nervous at the sight of her. The cop marched right over to downtown Santa and told him something, and they argued back and forth for a minute or two. He wasn't happy with whatever she had to tell him. That did it though. He started walking away, heading towards the warehouse section of town. Ryan and I followed after him, hurrying so we wouldn't lose him. The two of us chased him, hiding behind trees and signs and boulders along the way, whatever we could find so that he didn't spot us. It was starting to get late in the afternoon when he finally stopped at an old abandoned warehouse near the edge of town, looking around, then lifting up a flap of rusty corrugated tin to enter the place. On the other side of the building was a forest, and there was a quiet, rarely travelled road nearby, which led out of town and into the country. Nobody was around, and it was very quiet as we walked up to the building, our footsteps crunching in the gravel. As we approached the door to go inside, I started to second-guess our plan. Are you sure about this, Ryan? What if Brad was right? What if he really is a killer? Man, that's a load of bull. I bet Brad can't even read a newspaper. And besides, our parents would tell us if there was a killer walking around in a Santa suit, and he wouldn't be allowed to hand out candy canes in the town square. That's for sure. I half agreed with him, but then thought about the cop kicking him out of the area, and the distrustful glares of the parents with their kids, and my mum's hand on my shoulder the day before, squeezing tighter and tighter until it hurt, as if she didn't even notice she was doing it. I opened my mouth to say something else, but Ryan was already slipping in beneath the piece of rusty tin. Following him, I started to feel the beat of my heart picking up speed, pounding faster and faster in my chest. Neither of us said anything as we snuck into the warehouse, sticking to the shadows and following the sound of movement ahead. As we entered a large open space, I saw there were shelves along the walls and down the center of the huge room, separating it into large aisles. Moving along behind the boxes stacked up on a shelf, we got closer so that we were 20 feet or so away from downtown Santa, where he stood at a table covered in junk, surrounded by racks of boxes in the center aisle of the warehouse. He was muttering something quietly under his breath, and I struggled to make out the words. I noticed he was also organizing a great number of keys. They were scattered all over his table where he was standing, sorting through them. Dozens of keys, maybe hundreds of them. They all looked like the house keys my parents used to open our front door. Copper, silver, and gold in color. They were all different shapes and sizes. "What took you so long, eh?" a man asked from where he had been hidden a few feet away. He had the voice like a hyena, high-pitched and laughing, even when nothing was funny. He was thin and muscular, tanned with broken bones and mean eyes. His arms and chest were covered in tattoos, and he sat with a laptop computer and a recliner that looked like the one my dad owned, but even older and covered with even more holes. "Unlike you, I had to actually talk to the cop. You just got to run away, same as last time. It's my face out there everybody sees, all day long. That's why I told you, I'm taking 60%. I don't care if you don't like it." The hyena-sounding man, who I had begun to think of as Santa's elf, stood up and the laptop crashed to the floor with a bang. Cords were standing out on his neck as he raised a tattoo-covered fist and stuck out a finger, pointing it at downtown Santa. "You're just a distraction. If anybody should be getting more, it's me. What you do takes no skill, nothing. I'm the one who has to lift the damn keys while you ask little Jimmy what he wants for Christmas. It's my van, my gun, my job. Just be happy I'm giving you 40%. It should be 30 after this." "Oh, you're gonna make it 30 now, you piece of—" The next thing we heard was a scuffle as the two men began to fight between themselves. Then suddenly, one of the boxes on the shelf beside us went flying, and we jumped back to see downtown Santa had been thrown through the shelf and was now in the aisle we were hiding in. The boxes in between us and them had been empty, providing us no real protection whatsoever. "Hey, there's kids over here. Lem, grab the gun." Neither of us liked the sound of that, and we got up and tried to run away, but found he had a firm hold of us both. The tall, red-suited man picked us both up like puppies and lifted us up by the backs of our coats. He was stronger than he looked, and definitely not old like Santa. "Don't use my name, you idiot!" The other man came around with a gun pointed at us. Downtown Santa was holding us both up by the backs of our coats as we struggled, but eventually relented, seeing the gun. "What the hell are you kids doing in here?" "Hey, you're the kid from downtown. They must have followed us here." We both stared, bawling and asking them to let us go, and downtown Santa reluctantly let us to the ground, still holding us both firmly in place. "What did you see, little boys? You want to be good for Santa, don't you?" he asked, his grey beard in my face, smelling like ash and stale cigarette smoke. "Nothing, I swear. We didn't see anything. Please, let us go. We won't say anything." The tattooed man came over with a gun and pointed it at us. My heart was hammering in my ears, and I barely heard what he said with how afraid I felt. He said it again, and I did what he asked. "Give me your wallets. You little freaks got wallets, IDs." We handed them over. Ryan had gotten a leather wallet the year before for Christmas, and I'd asked for one for my birthday. It had my health card in it, and my library card, a bank card, and some loyalty cards, and things like that. Ryan's wallet was about the same. After looking through them both, the tattooed man smiled. He nodded at downtown Santa. "You boys have keys for your houses, don't you? To get inside when your parents aren't home?" I was too terrified to lie about it. I handed him my only key, which opened the front door of my house. Ryan did the same. "All right, now you two be good boys and run home. You tell anybody you saw Santa and his elf here. Well, you'll be in big trouble," said downtown Santa. "But if you keep it a secret, you might just get that present you asked for. What was it again? A PS5? And you wanted one too, didn't you, Ryan?" We nodded our heads, and they pocketed our keys, and he took pictures of the contents of our wallets. "So, don't tell your parents, got it? Santa can see you while you're sleeping, and he knows when you're awake. Not only that, he knows if you snitch on him, understand? So keep your mouths shut. You don't tell your friends, your brothers, sisters, nothing. You don't say a word about this to anyone. You take it to your graves, or else Saint Nick will send Jack Frost for you while you're sleeping, to put you on ice. Get it?" Again, we told him we understood, and I tried to contain the contents of my bladder as I waited for him to dismiss us. Eventually, he did. The elf waved his gun at us and ushered us out of the warehouse, handing us 2 candy canes on the way out of the door. "Merry Christmas," he said, slamming it shut loudly behind us. We made a pact between the 2 of us not to say anything to our parents, or to anyone else for that matter. We kept it between the 2 of us. At least I did. Ryan told his parents the truth, at least about what he'd seen. He left me out of it though, not mentioning that I was there with him. He told me later that he didn't want to involve me, since it was his decision to go against what Downtown Santa had told us. The police raided the warehouse the day before Christmas Eve and found only the tattooed elf man who had been with Downtown Santa. The man who had threatened us with a gun was arrested, but his partner in crime wasn't found. None of the keys were recovered either. All of them were mysteriously missing. That Christmas morning, I awoke and ran out to the living room with excitement, happy to find a big new present under the tree which had not been there the night before. My parents saw it as well, and my mum clutched my dad tightly. After a minute of debate, my dad approached it and lifted up the gift tag, reading it as if it were attached to the toe of a dead body at the morgue rather than a present. "It says it's for Jacob, from Santa." "Can I open it?" I asked. "Maybe it's my PS5. "The tag says, for being a good boy and keeping your promise." "What does that mean, Jacob? Do you know anything about this?" That was when it hit me. It wasn't a gift from the real Santa. It was from the other one, the one who would threaten us. I'd completely forgotten his promise. I hadn't even considered the fact that he might follow through on that part of it. "Sorry, son. I think I should at least take a look first. We don't know where this came from." I didn't object. In fact, I was more than a little concerned as he began to tear at the seams of the gift. He peeled back the wrapping paper slightly. Slowly, he tore the paper off, further and further, his hand shaking. Beneath the festive Santa print wrapping paper was a large, plain brown cardboard box. Unsealing the top with the box cutter, my dad opened it up. "Huh?" he said. "I'll be damned. It actually is a PS5. I guess it's for you, Jacob, but I don't know where this came from. Do you, Marie?" My mom shook her head, looking nervous but slightly hopeful. They'd wanted to buy me the gaming system, I knew that much, but they just hadn't been able to afford it. "It's a miracle," my mother said quietly. "We couldn't afford it and it just shows up under the tree." I wasn't excited by the sight of it, despite her hopeful thoughts, and as my dad pulled the PS5 package out of the larger box, I was secretly expecting something bad to happen. I just didn't know what. Then, before I knew what was happening, my mom started screaming. The PS5 box was bloody on the bottom, dripping red onto the carpet. I couldn't help it. I stepped a few feet closer and looked inside the big gift-wrapped box that my dad had opened. Beneath the PS5, Downtown Santa had left another present. This one was for me as well. Another warning to keep my mouth shut. Ryan's dismembered head was rolling back and forth off balance at the bottom of the gift box, looking far too small for such a large container. His open eyes stared up at me, blank and vacant. His mouth was open, and I saw something dark had been stuffed inside. A lump of coal. I have exploding head syndrome. This is not caused by a microchip implanted without my knowledge or radiation leaking into my house. It is a recognized medical condition. As I'm falling asleep, I hear the deafening crack of a bullet being discharged from a firearm. A sharp, bright light flashes in front of my eyes, and I start suddenly back awake. There is no gunshot, no light, no danger to anything but my increasingly frayed nerves. It is all in my mind. I can't afford to pay some fancy medic to try and help me, and even if I could, I'd be throwing away money. The causes and possible treatments of exploding head syndrome are stuck in the realm of speculation, all of which has left me to get on with my life as best I can. Overall, my condition has not impacted too negatively on me. I've struggled to find a lady friend who wants to sleep next to a man who jumps up suddenly at least once a night, then sits there sweating and cussing. I've been more successful in my professional life, working my way to deputy manager of a small convenience store, and I recently bought my first house. It is detached with a small scrap of land out back, and it was just within my budget. The house needed a lot of work doing on it when I bought it. The walls were bare or peeling. Stuffing was sticking out of the arm of the sofa like pus emerging from a lanced boil. The shower leaked, the kitchen faucet sputtered lukewarm water only, and when it rained heavily, a rank smell rose up out of the drains. When I made manager at the store, the hike in my wage would allow me to do the place up. Until then, I thought this was how it was going to be. And then she knocked on the door. It was early evening, and I was starting a six-pack. I ignored the gentle tapping at first. I had lost touch with my family. My friends never called round, and I knew none of my neighbours. I really wasn't interested in being hassled by a stranger. But the tapping continued, and now whoever it was turning the volume up. I went to see what the hell they wanted, swung open the door, ready to chew them out, and froze. She must have been over 6 feet tall. Her hair draped over her shoulders like a blonde waterfall, and her eyes were the prettiest blue I had ever seen. She also had some of those foxy, oversized glasses front and center on her face. She was a sight, a rare and wonderful vision. I hitched up my shorts. "Ma'am," I said, as a gentleman would. She smiled at this. There were no cracks in her teeth, no stains. "Good afternoon," she said. "My name is Maisie, and I'm a producer working on a new show. We are in your area today looking for members of the public to participate in our pilot episode." I took a swig of my beer for courage, looked her straight in the eye and asked, "How much?" It turned out there were no dollars on offer, but what I could get was a top-to-bottom redecoration and refurbishment of my house. New wallpaper, new furniture, new fittings, the works. In return, all I needed to do was give the show's crew unlimited access to my home to film the makeover, and to let them film my reaction when I saw the transformation. "Sure," I told the beautiful Maisie. "I could do that." She preferred to stand rather than using my sofa, so I used it to rest a contract on while I signed it. The deal was done. I was elated. It turned out good things did drop onto your lap. You just had to be in the right place at the right time. Maisie's smile, meanwhile, could have been seen from space. "Amazing," she said. "We'll start tomorrow." She turned to leave. I silently cursed my exploding head syndrome. Without it, maybe, just maybe, she would have spent the night with me. She hesitated. The thought flickered once more in my head. Maybe. Then she looked back and said, "There's just a couple more things. Very small things, if that's okay." "Anything," I murmured. "Amazing. The first thing, would you be able to give me contact details for a couple of your friends? We would like to have input to the makeover, to make it extra special." "Of course," I nodded enthusiastically, like a jack-in-the-box that had just sprung out into the open. "I know just the boys." "Amazing. And the final thing, can I have a skin sample?" When I arrived at Al's apartment an hour later, The back of my hand was stinging like hell under the band-aid. Maisie had explained that my skin tone and texture would be used to calculate the perfect wall coverings to be in harmony with the real me. I did not want to appear wimpy, so consented. I tried not to think about the way she had produced a small scalpel from her shoulder bag with another perfect smile and pressed Al's buzzer. Al worked in construction when his back was not playing him up and had the most tremendous handlebar mustache. No car was better waxed than Al's face fuzz. He welcomed me in. Tom was already there. Tom was on benefits. If he ever committed a crime, any potential witness would describe him as wearing a battered old pair of brown leather boots. Tom loved his boots like Al loved his tash. I was mighty fond of both of them. I shared my news with them, a bit worried at first that they would be angry I'd given their details to Maisie. But I need not have worried. She had already been in touch and had already worked her charm on them. With big grins on our faces, we settled down to the game. This was cards night, when Tom, Al and me gathered around the table and bet penny stacks and agreed what was wrong with the world. I arrived home sometime around midnight and drunkenly wandered around my house, imagining what it would look like once it was transformed. The next day, I was pretty hazy and had almost forgotten that Maisie had told me I would be picked up after work. When she pulled up, her hair tied back, all regal-like, the stupid, annoying things that had happened at the store that day faded into the distance. I had booked all my annual leave to begin in a couple of days, which is how long Maisie had told me the makeover would take, so I could enjoy my new domestic surroundings. Perhaps invite Maisie round for a meal. I spent the car ride wanting to ask her if she preferred pizza or Chinese, but could not find the words. She dropped me off at a hotel on the outskirts of town and went with me to make sure I got checked in okay. The production company had paid for the room and meals. There was cable, the shower had a massage setting. This was living. As I tried the bed for springiness, I told Maisie that I already felt famous. She smiled a smile. You will be. Our market research has shown there is a real demand for our type of show. Your face will be on laptops across the world. As it appeared on the face of my happiness. Laptop? I asked. Why yes, she said, sitting on the bed right next to me, close enough to touch if I moved my hand an inch. My heart started to beat faster. I fought to focus as she went on. The show will be available exclusively on the internet, but only for those who have subscribed. She put a hand on my leg, looked into my eyes and said, You are part of the future of entertainment. I puckered up. She shook her head, got up and left. Time passed slow then. The hotel's luxury was sweet, but I kept wishing Maisie was there to share it with me. Work annoyed me more than usual, and I ended up losing my temper and resigning on the spot. Back at the hotel, I ordered a bottle of bourbon on room service and thought about what Maisie had said about being part of the future. As the drink slipped down real easy, I saw how I could turn this one appearance into a career. I would give interviews, be invited onto chat shows, there would be a spin-off reality series just about me. This became clearer and clearer as the hotel room blurred around me. At some point, I tried phoning Al and Tom. If I couldn't have a good woman by my side, at least I could have my best buds. But they didn't pick up. I started to fall asleep, heard a gunshot, and saw a painfully bright light when my exploding head syndrome kicked in. Sitting there, woozy with a booze, but now wide awake, I made a mental note to hire the best doctors money could buy to find a cure for my condition. It would make a good standalone edition for my reality show. Could even be a Christmas special. This was the last thing I remember before someone knocked on my hotel room door. It was Maisie. The scent of paradise wafted against my face as I blinked, red-eyed, and swallowed down an acidic belch. Today's the day, she said brightly. The day of the big reveal. Are you ready? I smiled. Great. As she drove me back to my house, Maisie explained what would happen. When you arrive, the camera will record your every move. When you go into your house, you'll see how it has been changed. Your reaction will be online gold. I can't wait. She took her hand off the wheel and squeezed my cheek. A few minutes later, we arrived. Nothing on the exterior looked different. The only sign of my impending celebrity was the man standing outside my house, pointing a handheld camera at me. My legs feeling wobbly, I stepped out of the car and headed towards my door. I could smell Maisie's perfume nearby, figured she was following me, but keeping out of the camera's sight. This is it, I told myself, and stepped inside. The hallway took my breath away. A pristine wooden floor shone, walls painted off-white led to the doors to my kitchen and front room. A strip light subtly embedded in the ceiling cast a gentle glow over everything. I remembered there was a camera filming me and shut my mouth. Somewhere behind me, I heard Maisie whisper, "Act naturally." I walked down the hall, entered my front room. I could have wept with happiness. My hideous sofa had gone to be replaced by a black leather recliner. A glass table stood next to this, the perfect resting place for the drink I would get from the new mahogany drinks cabinet, which I would sip while watching my new slimline widescreen TV. "Wow," I said, "wow." Then I noticed the boots that had been placed on a newly installed shelf either side of a row of shiny hardwood books. They were brown, battered leather. I moved closer to look inside one. Bile rose into my mouth at the sight of bone poking through ragged flesh. I turned away in horror, saw the wall covering. It was pale with pink blotches, and about head height there was a line of bushy hair which curled up at the edges. I puked on the brand new carpet. Gasping for breath, my mind reeled. I looked for Maisie. She was standing in a corner. The cameraman was next to her, still filming me. I pointed at her, cried out, "You turned my best friends into wallpaper and a pair of bookends?" She smiled a smile, unperturbed, then placed a hand on the cameraman's arm. He stopped filming. She began to applaud. Amazing, such a dramatic reaction. Then she stepped towards me and said, "The deep web awaits." I did not see the syringe in her hand until it was too late, and the needle was in my arm and the plunger pressed. Within seconds, a numbness was spreading throughout my body, and I staggered backwards, found myself falling into the recliner. Maisie was standing over me. "We just have one more piece to add, one more bare wall to beautify." She once more produced the scalpel. It seemed to shimmer in the light as she brought it closer to my face. I felt the first cut, just below my ear. I wanted to scream, wanted to beg, but I could not speak, could barely move. I was almost paralyzed. The only thing I could feel was fear. A smile filled my vision, and she whispered, "It'll be just like falling asleep." My eyelids flickered. A gunshot exploded. A blinding light filled the world before me, and I sat bolt upright. Maisie looked shocked, stepped away for just a moment, long enough for me to lash out and grab the scalpel. I was not thinking, just acting on instinct, and was as surprised as she looked when I slashed her face with the scalpel. She collapsed to the floor, and the last thing I remember before I passed out was the cameraman dragging her backwards across the floor, leaving a trail of blood. Screw the carpet, I thought, and that was it. By the time I came round, they were gone and it was dark outside. I was alone in a house decorated with the remains of my best friends. I'm still here. I'm too scared to go outside or contact the authorities. What if they don't believe me? What if I'm arrested for murder and locked away? I need to think, need to come up with a plan. In the meantime, I have one thing to ask. If you're online later, if you're in the dark, hidden places that exist, seeking something forbidden, something to get your pulse racing, and you see a new page for a show teasing a home makeover with a twist. If you do, please do not press subscribe. There is a poison-coated blade embedded just beneath my heart. Ordinarily, the wound itself would be fatal, but due to present circumstances, it isn't. I'm actually happy that it's not, because otherwise, my death would allow him to take control of my body through his profane, necromantic usurpation, one of his many dark and sorcerous abilities. But his partial possession of me grants my body certain resistances. I am able to endure far more physical trauma than the average human, able to sustain injuries that would kill a stronger, healthier man. The poison is gradual in its distribution, long staying in its occupancy of the body. With my resistances, it would take months, perhaps even years to kill me. For that, as grim as it may seem, I am thankful, because those are years the world would be spared his world-shaking iniquity, his calamitous devilry. I will lie here among the rubble of this time-forgotten fane, dying with maddening slowness, while he sleeps or seethes within me. When my heart stops and his spirit awakens, he will take for himself control of my necrotized body and use his mortis-clenched hands to cast the evilest maledictions, to utter, with my death-dried lips, blasphemies and diabolic incantations memorized from his time as a fledgling incubus under the tutelage of some ultramundane priest. He desires neither fame nor riches, only the destruction of the human race, and the races of all the peopled planets throughout this galaxy. I should mention that his residency within my body was not something I willingly allowed. It was forced upon me by a man, a Professor Warrington, who, along with two of my closest friends, trapped me within this temple, the Fane of Sanguinity. The betrayal on part of one of my friends, Alexandra, was not malicious. She, upon learning of the plot, became complicit in it only to save herself, a reason for which I cannot wholeheartedly blame her. I probably would have done the same had I been in her position. The only other option was death, or worse. If Professor Warrington's threats of soul defragmentation are to be believed. Under the promise of uncovering some rare, anthropologically forgotten artifact of vast antiquity, we were led to the temple by a professor of anthropology, and once there, he briefly related the history of the site, the temple, and those fell members who, centuries ago, congregated within its glimmering, slanted obsidian walls. Therein, under a much younger moon, the cultists would perform the most heinous and violent rites, practicing with immense perversity the rituals and ceremonies of their order. All these efforts in obeisance to the infinitely baneful entity whom now resides within me. The temple itself was reared amidst the swath of ancient wood within the dark heart of Missouri, and the site has been largely left unnoticed, or intentionally ignored. The environs immediately beyond it, however, are wrongly populated. The suburban neighborhood sits just a mile to the north. According to the professor, legends of the temple were forgotten by the early 1900s, and a new kind of evil had since been ascribed to the area by those aware of it. It is said that the half-moon arc of woods, with its gnarled and curiously bent trees, is now the home of deranged meth addicts and other mundane degenerates. We encountered none during our half-hour bountiful sunlit trek from its perimeter to its heart. But I do recall hearing strange, incomprehensible, though plainly human, noises, and smelling fulsome, unusually sweet scents, always off in the distance, wafted by the wind by some unvisited corner or depth. Upon finishing his short lecture, the professor led us through the half-crumbled, ovoid-portaled vestibule of the temple, wherein sat various pots, vases, jars, and basins of multiform shapes and unguessable purpose. The walls themselves, shimmering blackly, gave off their own eerily profuse illumination. There were no sconces, chandeliers, candelabra, or any other source of, nor fixture for, artificial or natural light. Professor Warrington gave only the briefest remarks of the artifacts and architecture, and, despite our collective curiosities, we rarely asked for clarification or explanation. The vestibule held an atmosphere of ageless morbidity, and the deathly impression given off by the darkly luminous walls and dust-blanketed receptacles only deepened as we progressed farther in. It was aggressively disquieting, and by the time we reached the subsequent foyer, we were all, including the professor. The foyer immediately led into a large hall, the only real spacious room of the temple, which was, unsurprisingly, built in the orientation of an inverted cross. The two wings, the short offshoot of the cross shape, held crypts, the partially shadowed and cobweb-draped alcoves visibly tenanted by the members of the cult. We were not immediately told how they had come to be collectively interred within the temple, since the legend goes that they allowed no one to join or even know of their order, and slaughtered all trespassers without mercy. It is rumoured, among historians at least, those with cult propensities, that there once existed a coven whose leaders sought to ally themselves with the cult, but were summarily executed upon making contact. This massacre, in which some 24 females were butchered, is said to have most likely occurred due to the cult's profound misogyny, however. We crossed quietly to the far end of the temple, and my friend, the one whose betrayal was premeditated, made various comments that I found impressive at the time, but now know were rehearsed remarks made to strengthen my trust in him. Had he not presented himself in a trustworthy authority, second to the professor, on the ancient temple and its bizarreness, I probably would have left before the ritual could be completed, and their plans would have failed. In the nadir of the temple, the far-flung corridor has, through time, declined somewhat steeply into the earth. We found a curiously reddened artifact atop a short, unremarkable altar, which the professor confidently called the skull fragment of the Sanguine One. My traitorous friend, Oscar, then gave a supplemental anecdote, saying that it was the only surviving relic of an ultra-terrene, prodigiously inimical demon who was allegedly the most powerful pupil of the Black Horologist, whose existence and powers are allegedly mythically immune to the ordering of time. The Sanguine One. My body's unwelcome but irremovable guest learned from his atemporal master many sorceries of a cosmic and deplorably satanic measure, with probably the most profane having been the sacrilegious art of necromancy, the rearing and subsequent misuse of the dead. How the Sanguine One came to meet such a pitifully fractured end was not shared. Neither of the informed men seemed to know that part of the entity's lore, but the fragment was recovered at some point by the cult, and therefore honoured and celebrated through unmentionable acts of posthumous adoration, many of which involved the cruelty-enthused sacrificing of men, women, and even children. Alexandra and I listened intently, simultaneously enthralled and chilled by the sheer villainy of the self-fabled cult. Before that night, I wasn't particularly religious, hadn't ever gone to church or attended any kind of spiritual gathering. But now I can only hope that there exists in equal, if not greater measure, some balancing force or presence of good to rival the enormity of evil presently bolted to my spine, waiting for its chance to commit its black atrocities with my undead hands. A soft whistle was all that precipitated the act of betrayal, while Alexandra studied some hieroglyph upon the walls, when I heard the hammer of a revolver slowly being pulled back. I managed to half-turn before the bullet rocketed into the back of my skull and exited through my temple. I heard the crack of the shot for a split second after. I went down shouting something like, "What?" A dumb expression of incredulity. I heard Alexandra scream, and before my vision faded, I heard Oscar threaten her with a bullet, and Professor Warrington offer his own warning. The aforementioned threat of soul defragmentation should she do anything but follow their instructions. With her compliance secured at gunpoint, they instructed Alexandra to remove a portion of my skull and replace it with that of the Sanguine's one. This, I learned later on, through a sort of transference of consciousness, when, upon joining, the Sanguine One's memories were implanted to my mind. The fragment had somehow retained not only life, but awareness throughout its buried and fractional existence, and perceived my execution with as much sensorial clarity as if the full being had been present to oversee it. Alexandra had to peel away a portion of my skull to make enough room for the Sanguine One's cephalic chunk, and in doing so, she nearly vomited into my unceremoniously exposed brain. It's weird. Even now, I can somehow remember the feeling of the heavy channel air upon my lobes, even though I was very dead by that point. And they say you can't actually feel anything on the surface of the brain itself. At the completion of the savage cranial transplant, she was then instructed to leave, and to never speak of what happened to anyone. Professor Warrington reminded her once more of the fate that would befall her if she did not do as instructed, and then turned his attention to me, confident that he had sufficiently frightened her. Oscar, being less mature and quite possibly psychopathic, fired a few resounding gunshots into the air, and at these, Alexandra ran off, screaming. Her terrified shrieks, somehow overriding the ringing shots, echoed bizarrely within the interior of the temple, the slantingly built walls possessing unique and therefore unnerving acoustic properties. Not the first screams to have bounced off those architecturally confounding surfaces. They weren't the last either. I was brought back to a state of wakefulness a few moments later, the recollections from now are my own again, and came to a wobbly awareness with Professor Warrington and Oscar kneeling before me. I remember laughing at the sight, at the irony of it, and then abruptly stopping upon hearing how oddly deeply intoned my voice was. This guttural intonation only served to further prostrate my now ex-friend and former teacher, and I realized with a sort of grim clarity that something darkly transformative had occurred during my brief period of brain death. Professor Warrington, ignorant of the miraculous renewal of my consciousness, offered a few words of reverence, and then, shockingly, confessed himself to have been for years, a follower of the Sanguine One. Oscar likewise confessed to his fellowship, and after a few more utterances of praise, during which I remained broodingly, appropriately silent, they threw themselves face first onto the dusty, blood-stained floor, and begged me for the opportunity to herald my coming. With my voice still modulated, as if pitched through the pipes of some deeply sonorous organ, I, with convincing verbal grandiosity, gave them the permission they had so empathetically asked for. It seemed, in the moment, the best thing to do, considering the presence of the revolver. Still on their bellies, they rejoiced, and then, rising to their knees, performed odd and highly theatrical gestures with their arms and heads, to which I responded with a slight nod. Satisfied, they asked what I would first have them do as my first servants of this soon-to-be subjugated era, and I told them to go out and inform the local authorities of my resurrection and explain in detail how exactly they had facilitated my return. To this, they clapped their hands and offered more praise, and before I found myself rushing at them in irritation, I dismissed them. Even as they departed to confess their crimes, they extolled my blackened brilliance. I thought it would be fitting for them to willingly confess their murder, or at least attempted murder, for even if they weren't believed, they'd still be held for questioning once Alexandra was contacted and corroborated their stories. When they had left the fane, I found myself walking toward the left, facing from the altar whereupon we had found the skull fragment wing of the cross, with no conscious intention in mind. But upon reaching the first of many recesses wherein were held the bodies of the cultists, a sudden feeling overcame me, not dissimilar in discomfort to a vicious migraine. Reeling, I barely managed to catch myself on the almost insupportable smooth walls, and only prevented myself from falling onto the floor by kneeling beside the aforementioned burial alcove, which sat at about waist level. I waited for the headache to subside, and then peeked in, and involuntarily cried out in alarm. For inside, I saw not the hollowed skull of a long-dead acolyte, but a face fully fleshed with piercing black eyes, and lips curled into the most malignant grin you'd ever see on a human face. Astonished, I fell back onto my butt, and the impact of my phone, which had been in my back pocket at the time, but is now presently in my hand, caused a metallic clink that resounded with startling audibility in the stuffy room. A moment later, there came a chorus of rustling sounds and of throats, dried by centuries of disuse, being cleared and re-wetted. The combined sounds were deeply unsettling, and I knew at once what they collectively meant. I, or more specifically, my phone, had somehow reawakened the death-immune cultists. The stirrings of these long-entombed preter-humans caused within me a sort of responsive reaction. I felt the return of that headache, and before I could do something to relieve it, I was brought to the floor from the sheer pain of the cranial pulsations. My eyes began to water, and I felt an immense, decidedly alien pressure arise within my skull, until I found myself howling madly, my voice rising above the gasps, groaning, and terrifyingly coherent murmurs of the reviving cultists. I think I might have even prayed for death at one point. The pain was just that awful, that unprecedented for my ordinarily healthy body. When, after a longer period of agony, the pain again subsided, I shook away what I could of its embers and rose to stand on wobbly feet, only to find myself suddenly facing an assemblage of ancient, though very much alive cultists. They all wore the same outfit, crimson vestments girdled at the waist by black tasseled ropes, though all were varied in their impression of age. I surmised then that they had not died altogether, as many organizations like these seem to, but individually, gradually, with the fallen brought to the tomb and stored within the alcoves by their still living cohorts. I have no shame in admitting that I was incredibly, unbelievably terrified, and might have dampened my groin area of my otherwise dust-coated pants. After all, I had only minutes ago heard the barbaric crimes against all manner of men. To see them before me was a sight so utterly frightening that I, forgetting with whose power I was endowed, screamed a second time. But to the cultists, who had not uttered a word upon fully gathering, my scream of terror must have sounded like some authoritative, though bestial, declaration. They straightened their death-slouched postures at once, and arranged themselves impressively before me in rank upon rank of evil formation, inexpressibly disturbed, yet also somewhat impressed, considering their assuredly moulded muscles and bones. I stood a little straighter myself, as befitting a demonian leader at the head of his infernal horde. Seemingly awaiting some command of proclamation, they silently and inexpressively stared at me with their black-pupilled eyes and mottled faces, and I found myself impelled by some internal force to speak to them. With words I didn't consciously form, but drew from some alien sapience parasitically joined to my own, I spoke to those accursed servitors, who in turn listened hungrily, though quietly. These were the words, more or less. Together, my children, we will flood this era's cities with the blood of their inhabitants and take for our plunder the hearts of every man, woman and babe, sparing no one, leaving nothing unstained, nothing unsanguinated. I have watched from the depths of this fallen temple. This world and its people live free of fear, go about their insignificant lives oblivious to the ultra-terrene horrors that course malignantly through the cosmos beyond their planet. Today, they will be properly educated. Tomorrow, they will be exterminated. The age of men will come to a swift and bloody end, and in its place, I will usher in a never-ending epoch of insanguination. I will bleed this world dry, this and every world, until naught but lifeless husks remain amidst the cosmos, unshackled from their stars, left to list forevermore through the pitch-black gulfs. Together, my children, we will prove ourselves worthy of transcendence into the black horologist realm, the sidereal, paratemporal garden beyond the grasps of time. For response, the undead flock muttered a collective gasp, a deathly exhalation of excitement that made me inwardly recoil. Still under the influence of that sinister indwelling spirit, I turned and proudly marched across the cross-section, and with some necromantic word, raised from their mausoleum slumber the other half of the cultists. I gave them more or less the same evilly prophetic speech, and received from them a similarly baleful response of joyous gasping. With my congregation fully mustered, I, The being inside me led them back toward the altar on which the skull fragment had rested, and with a series of unrepeatable lyrics summoned from the cycle's accumulated dust and corruption a sort of fleshy totem from the temple's floor. The altar, the head of the totem, rose ceilingward, and beneath it came a column, comprised, or merely wrapped in human skin, from which protruded several yellowed objects that were plainly bones, presumably from long-dead sacrificial victims. With the entity now in near full control of my body, my hands went to one of the bones, a particularly sallow femur, and pulled it down in a lever-like motion. From behind me came a sound, oddly mechanical and shrill, and upon turning, I saw, incredibly, the flood splitting apart. As the two great longitudinal slabs parted, my cold-hearted votaries gathered themselves in equal divisions on either receding side, so that a twofold audience gazed upon the darkness between them. Finally, the floor ceased its parting, leaving two shelves on either side of a long stretch of voidness, with the two halves of cultists standing densely on either side. Saying a few more incantory words, I raised my hands, and a light, red and evil, suddenly filled the chasm. The cultists then took on the diabolic, heart-stilling chant, and together we recited some song of extreme wickedness, became a choir out of some theatre of hell. We ceased our lyrical chanting and lowered our hands when an unsettling viscous fluid rose nearly to the rim of the chasm. I hoped that it wasn't blood, but some inner voice, which before had yet to acknowledge me, confirmed that it was. It was unbearably sardonic, and told me, in no kind words, that I would watch my loved ones drown in the sea of crimson malignance that submerged in this incurably toxic blood. They would writhe in the deepest agony until naught but their atoms remained, and upon their deaths, their own blood would be added to that inimical concoction, cellularly repurposed to become likewise toxic, the infernal sea replenished by the blood of its victims. The thought of my family dying in such an excruciating and blasphemous way stirred something within me. Unconsciously, but powerfully, I called forth some remnants of human strength that hadn't been blasted from my being by the presence of the demon and its horrors, and using this, I managed to regain a semblance of control of my doubly ensouled body. With titanic effort, I wrestled control away from the incubus, and, with my voice still modulated by its own, I gave a command for the cultists to march themselves onto the steaming sanguineous chasm. I didn't have time to give some epic and verbose pronouncement. Could feel, even as I uttered the short command, the demon wrestling madly with my briefly emboldened spirit. The cultists looked to one another with an almost childlike uncertainty, as if to find assurance in the dry orbs and gaunt faces of their compatriots. Struggling, I shouted out the command again, and silently thanked the demon for his monstrously booming voice, even as he rained spectral blows upon my soul. All doubt and ideas of insubordination immediately vacated the cultists' minds at the repetition of my command, and one by one they stepped forward to suicidally plunge themselves into that simmering tract of blood. They leapt forward in silent thraldom, and, even as their forms were bloodily consumed and turned molten to intermingle with the spume, they remained silent, enduring the hellish end with a deathly solemnity. The demon within me roared in anger, and I found it odd, and then amusing, that a being of such grand iniquity would need such a flock of undead and dim-witted followers to achieve his goals. When the last had thrown himself headlong into the sea, its surface now frothing redly, I turned, and in a moment of bleak ingenuity, plucked from the bone totem an object I'd taken notice of earlier. Kneeling at the head of the pit, I dipped the object into the foul liquid, and then rose with it fairly coated in the blood slush. Turning, I pushed up the bone lever, closing the floors over the chasm. With the sanguine sea now hidden away, I held the dripping object out before me, so that the demon could see through my eyes the coming of his end. I felt its abominable roars reverberate in my skull as if I'd made them myself, and laughed mockingly in response. Then, without any sort of speech or chance for a change of mind, I plunged the object, a simple blade of bone, into my chest, meaning to pierce my heart. But the demon, at the final moment, wrestled control from me and diverted the blade's course to have it pierced just beneath my heart. a blow that would have nonetheless been fatal had I been a normal human, but the demon's fortifying spirit saved me from death. With my demise now forestalled for quite some time, I sit here, leaning against a totem of flesh, surrounded by dust and the lingering mists of that unwholesome sea, inhaling the tomb funk of this decrepit temple. The demon, defeated but not deterred, sleeps within me, awaiting my death. I've saved the world from a truly nightmarish end, paying the price of my life in the process. It is a perfectly acceptable transaction, as far as I'm concerned. I've told all there is to tell. My phone's battery will die soon. I will post this tale and hope that its readers will take it as a warning not to delve into the dark and forgotten places of the earth, not to plume their sepulchral depths the mysteries and horrors of bygone years, lest they awaken something that wasn't dead, but merely slumbering. My footsteps echo around the concrete walls of the underground complex, my place of work. I nod politely to a pair of my colleagues coming from the opposite way and adjust my glasses. To my left is large, long plexiglass windows built into the wall, and I shoot a quick glance through it. The metalwork placard beside it catches in the watery, blue-green overhead light. Object 16, it reads, and I grimace. We have soldiers stationed round here now, or trained professionals, or whatever. Increased, trustworthy security. Guys with guns, guys who can keep their mouths shut. Not my jurisdiction, and to be honest, I'm not sure how I feel about their presence here. But so it goes. We had an incident about a month ago involving our former service representative, a politician. He tried to get his hands on the object and abuse its power for his own means. And he succeeded, actually. I loosen my collar a little as I walk. God knows where the madman is now. The knowledge that he is out there, somewhere, is a constant source of stress in the back of my, and many of my colleagues' heads. I'm hoping I can convince his eventual permanent replacement that Object 16 is a suitable candidate for controlled elimination. But I digress. I have other business in the complex tonight. I take a quick look at my planner so as to mentally prepare how much time I should allocate to the task at hand. But the answer is always the same. As much time as needed to get the job done just right. A task worth doing is worth doing precisely after all. An elevator dings to my right, but I put a hand on the nearby rail and take the stairs instead. I'm only going up one floor after all. The level above is a little busier, and the corridors are a little wider. There are more rooms up here, more offices. The level of light is just the same though. That same teal turquoise washing itself over the walls and the glass. I allow a little wave to one of my co-workers as they pass by, but I don't think they see me. I lower my hand. I diverge from my path, just for a moment, to walk to the edge of the containment facility for Object 30, and I peer inside. The glass in the containment here is thicker than the rest. It was made differently, as the room beyond is filled to the brim with water. A filter bubbles quietly in the corner, its tune a low, steady hum. In the very center of the containment facility, floating steadily, is Object 30, a not quite spherical shape about the size of a basketball. It shimmers through shades of pale pink and white. A bizarre thing, as all the objects are, I suppose. And as I watch, the object begins to change its shape. It stretches and morphs, at first into the form of a human skull, then white pink flesh starts to bubble and billow out from the bone. The face that forms is mine, and as soon as I recognize myself in the object, it shifts and warps some more, back to a featureless orb. The color of the object's material changes to a darker red, and it flashes at me. I sigh, making a small note in the margin of my planner. I speak to the scientist on duty and recommend that they decrease the water's temperature a little. Then I leave them as they assess their readings. I'm unsettled now, however. That was an atypical display from Object 30. Deviations from the expected always made me deeply uncomfortable. I suppress a shiver. Object 22's containment lies just ahead. That's the one I'm here to see this evening, the item of my focus. Object 22 is more volatile than most, and was a particularly difficult object to restrain and contain. I push through a set of double doors into a viewing area that wouldn't be out of place in a zoo, albeit we have a little more scientific equipment here, computers and motion graphs and such. To my left is a set of steps that lead down to a wide hall filled with bustling people. I can see them through the glass. To my right is an office, relatively small, with only a couple of rooms and a small collection of scientists inside, deep in thought. I take a few steps forward. Ahead is the plexiglass of 22's containment. "Good evening, Reese," warbles the voice of the object through the glass. From a shadowed and murky pit below me, on the opposite side of the glass, a plume of wet and sticky smoke slowly rises. It hangs in the air directly before me for a moment, then solidifies on the opposite side of the glass into a gastropodic shape, writhing and shifting, and a series of disturbingly human-like teeth push their way through the slug-like, oozing mass of the object, and form themselves into a crooked grin. "Tell me your dreams, Reese. You know I would bring them to life after all. For you, all for you. Reality is such a thin membrane these days. I'm sure you'll agree." The teeth do not move in time to the words. The object is repulsive. I've always found it as such. "Excuse me," I say out loud, not to the object, but to the scientist in the office to my right. There is no door there, only an arch, so they hear me, and the closest peers at me from over his glasses. "Hey Brian, it might be worth adjusting the volume on the speakers. Object 22 seems particularly keen to engage tonight." Brian replies, turning back to his controls. He pushes his glasses up his nose and begrudgingly adjusts some settings. "You can't quiet me forever, Reese. I'm always here. My voice will—" But 22's voice trails off and is lost entirely as the speakers are adjusted. The teeth continue to move, but no further sound is heard. "It often gets antsy at this time," I say to Brian good-naturedly. "You might want to consider keeping the sound system on silent for—" "It's my department, Reese," Brian replies with a sigh, not bothering to look up. "We've been through this. I have important research to do regarding the object's enticements. Your input has been noted." I falter. "Ah, right." An awkward pause. I notice a small smudge on the metalwork placard for Object 22. I rub my thumb across it to try to clean it off. Stuff like that always bothers me. Brian shoots me a look. "Don't you have work to be getting on with, Reese?" Suddenly embarrassed, I withdraw my hand. Yes, of course. It relates to the 22 actually. I've been instructed to compare the volatility levels with one of my own—" But Brian has checked out. He's not listening. So I allow my words to come to a close with a soft sigh. Then to work then, I suppose. I ignore the mouthless teeth of 22's sudden stretch into a bitter snarl, and I head to the left, down the stairs to the hall below. There are officers down here. Just the two, I think, near the back by a small canteen. There's a fire hose to the right, and a water cooler too. Aside from these officers, the rest of the people down here are scientists, comparing notes or engaging in analysis of 22's behavior. One or two are eating meals. I sit down at a table facing the plexiglass walls of the object's containment and adjust my glasses, drawing out some papers from my bag along with my laptop. Might as well spend a few minutes getting set up before I properly begin. So, Object 22. recovered almost exactly 1 year ago from an abandoned African mine. Object 22 takes the form of an enormous slug while stationary, adjusting its molecular structure to a plume of thick, wet smoke as it travels from place to place. Object 22 consists of 3 distinct colours: green, black, and brown, though it scarcely features all 3 of these colours at once, instead cycling through them seemingly at random. It possesses the ability to recreate simplistic humanoid features. Teeth are its latest boast, though previously we've also seen fingernails and elbow-like joints in illogical places. Object 22 is able to speak by vibrating the surface of its skin. It is unclear at this stage if 22 possesses sentience or is simply somehow creating the illusion of intelligence. I scratch my chin with my pen and look around. A low-level soldier, a grunt named Kenneth, but a nice enough guy, is standing through the glass into the murk of 22's containment. He has been for a while, actually. I consider calling out to him, but dismiss the idea. That's not something I do, really. I'm sure he's fine. Back to my notes. 22's key features, however, its most anomalous property is its ability to create realistic visions and relate directly to an individual's desires. It shows them what they want to see. The semi-telekinetic properties on this object are what draws most of its interest and attention. Unique to every person, these visions. I jump out of my seat at the sound of a sudden shout, and the general gentle buzz of the room falls silent. Kenneth swears and looks around wildly. "We have to get her out," he exclaims. "We have to get her out." My pulse starts to race as the tension in the hall tightens immediately. Stay calm, stay calm. He's having a vision. Damn it, is there a leak in the glass perhaps? But others start to panic too. Someone drops a clipboard and points in dismay to the glass. "How did she get in there?" he shouts, and following his point, I find to my utter surprise that I can see her too. There's a woman behind the glass, trapped in a swirling cloud of fog. I can't hear her, but she's clearly screaming for help. Chaos erupts. Chairs are knocked over as people rush to various stations, some straight for the exit. "But that doesn't make sense," I murmur in shock. 22 doesn't possess... It can't do that. It can't lift people up with its smoke. What's the next most likely outcome? Is this a shared vision? Can we all see this? "Amelie!" Kenneth roars, and he lifts and cocks his weapon in his hand. "Jesus, wait!" a colleague of mine shouts at the soldier. But he pays him no mind, firing into the glass with a terrible cacophony. I slam my hands to my ears and drop behind the fallen desk, watching as he shoots and kicks until the glass shatters. Damn. Alright, now we're in real trouble. An emergency light flashes in the corner of the hall, and a metal grid begins to grind its way across the exits. I'm too slow to act, and can only watch as the last desperate escapees make it past before the rest of us are locked inside. Hammering on the metal and making angry, fumbled pleas through their cell phones and radios. "Containment breached, lockdown in place, please remain calm," blares the security voice through the overhead speaker. "I don't understand," I mutter to the woman crouched beside me, trying to calm myself and keep my breathing under control. "You saw the girl through the glass, yes?" She nods, face pale. I go on. "But that's not behaviour we've ever seen from 22, is it?" I cover my ears as another torrent of bullets is fired into the murk of the object's containment. Shattered glass rains down to the concrete as I hear the officers trying to reason with Kenneth, order him even, but the soldier has other ideas. I watch as he races into the containment, and myself and many other scientists rush to the edge of the glass to see what he's doing. He jumps down from the ledge and stumbles and staggers as he lands in the murky pit below. And there, he gathers up the woman he referred to as Amelie in his arms. "I'm sorry," she cries, clutching him tightly, sobbing. "I'm so sorry, Kenneth. I'm so sorry. I don't know why I said what I said. I love you. I do. Please promise me you'll never leave me." "I promise," the man replies, hugging her close. "I'll never leave you again. I love you, Emily. I knew you'd come back. It's okay." And then he stumbles forward as Emily dissolves into a cloud of putrid black smoke. It sticks like tar to his skin, and before he can really comprehend what was happening, his eyes roll up into his head and he collapses to the ground. Deep, rumbling laughter is heard from the growling shadows in the corner of 22's containment. "Get back," I shout to everyone, most uncharacteristically, adrenaline surging. "Everyone, get back. These are shared visions here. This is a new behavior. Please, everyone continue to think rationally." But my words are falling on largely deaf ears. They stagger backwards as 22's smoke form drifts and billows through the shattered glass. It materializes on a desk a few feet away, towering over a colleague of mine, a woman named Rebecca. She stares at the thing in terror. I look over to the officer with ice in my blood, but they're useless. At a time when they should be taking charge and directing the flow and the procedures, they are doing nothing but cowering at the back of the room. One of them is screaming into his radio. The other simply stands stock still, dumbfounded amidst the clamour. What are you doing, 22? Rebecca asks in a voice scarcely above a whisper. "This is irregular behaviour." "You have only scratched the surface of the things I'm capable of, Rebecca," 22 replies. Teeth push through the slime of its body and create a vertical mouth with columns of teeth in place of rows. They throb and shift positions as it speaks. "You've always suspected this, haven't you? The arrogance of the men upstairs. They think they understand me, but they don't know. None of them know. You're the only one who ever thought outside the box." "Don't kill me, 22, she croaks, frozen in place. "Don't kill me." The object hisses and bubbles. "You think so little of me, Rebecca. What do I have to gain from killing you? I have no desire to take your life. If helping you will see my freedom, then why would I keep you from the things you want the most? My abilities go far beyond anything they could ever comprehend." Object 22 shimmers through a new range of colours, a dazzling orange, a sunrise yellow. I stagger backwards in alarm and shield my eyes as a doorway appears in a cloud of drifting smoke, replacing the broken glass of the containment wall. It flows like water from 22's side, and as the smoke shimmers, the doorway stands tall and proud, aglow with light. A boy's voice comes through from the opposite side. "Rebecca," it calls, then louder. "Rebecca! Oh my God, Bex, are you there?" Rebecca slams her hand to her mouth. She stares at the door and looks between 22 and the portal of light. "Don't do this, 22. Please, just tell me if it's a trick. Just tell me." She loses her words to sobs. "I cannot bring your brother back from the dead," 22 says in a voice that rumbles around the chaos of the complex. The security voice drones on overhead, repeating its line over and over. "But I can take you to a plane where he was never lost. Help me get out of here, and I will take you to him." I find my own voice. "Rebecca, it's a trick. This is Object 22. But she ignores me. She nods at 22, and wiping her eyes, she hastens through the portal. The second she does so, it vanishes. 22 returns to his familiar colours, green, black, and the waves of light cease at once. There is a thud, and I race to the glass to see Rebecca's body at the base of the pit, covered in 22's mucus black tar. The slug-like body of Object 22 turns to me with a sickening squelch. "Reese," he whispers, and I turn away at once, hands slammed to my ears. "No, leave me alone. Not today, 22, damn it." I look out over the panicked masses. "It's okay. Remain calm, everyone." And to my amazement, I find that they were actually listening this time. "We've dealt with 22 before. Just grab the smokers from the emergency boxes. Go, go!" The smokers are a half funnel, half gun, large and heavy things, but put out when activated, large amounts of specialized white smoke. It dries very quickly all that it comes into contact with, and has been shown to be effective at limiting 22's spread. It has the unfortunate collateral effect of causing severe dehydration amongst humans in the vicinity. But desperate times call for desperate measures. "Hurry," I call out, keeping a wide distance from 22 and pointing to the smoker stations. "There's one there, and one there. Get him out, now, both." I shoot a glance back to the glass. Kenneth and Rebecca are still down there in the pit. They're still alive. I'm sure of it. As scientists scurry for the smokers, an outspoken colleague of mine leaps up onto the table and shakes an angry fist at Object 22. He's worked with the object before, on numerous occasions. "Don't make this harder than it needs to be, 22. Return to your containment at once. And if I return, you guarantee my protection from the others, Roger. From Object 21, from Object 3. Roger falters, wary. "What do you mean?" 22 laughs bitterly. Then its voice shifts to a more panicked tone. It raises in pitch. "They're all out, Roger. You think I'm alone in this? They're all out. All of them. I need to escape before they find me." "All of them?" Roger replies, skeptical. "All 22? I know your thoughts on Object 16, Roger. On the one that grants the power of sight. It's in here, you know. It was the first to escape. You could take it for yourself. Do as the politician did and use its power for all I care. Just help me out. Help me get out of here and take whatever you want. Leave this place behind. I know you hate it here, Roger." 22 is struck by a blast of the dry smoke and enveloped in white. It shrinks and bursts into its cloud-like sticky smoke form and shivers its way around the room, desperately trying to avoid the blast of the smoker. I'm caught in the smoker's trail and my throat dries at once. I choke and cough and stagger away, blinking rapidly as my eyes dry out and turn. I try to encourage moisture. Damn it. The trail of the smoker's trajectory suddenly alters dramatically, and through the smoke, I see Roger engaged in the fight with its operative. "I'm sorry," he bellows as he knocks the smoker from the scientist's hands, slamming its user to the floor. "I know it could all be a trick, but I can't let this opportunity by." Something buzzes right past my face, and I flinch in alarm. "Impossible," I murmur, as Object 16 drones right by through the air. Object 16 takes the form of a large, red-black insect, and it flies around in a wide arc to avoid the fumes. "It's mine," Roger bellows, jumping from his position to the floor and racing towards it. He reaches out his hand and swipes at Object 16. First a miss, and then on his second attempt, his hand connects with the object's body, and it bursts into a cloud of black tar. The substance splashes up his hand and arm. It sticks to his face, and he calls out in dismay, realizing all too late that he's been tricked. Then, before he can catch himself, his eyes roll back into his head, and he hits the ground like a stone. Object 22 billows out from the corner of the room and slithers like a creeping, black mist across the tables and chairs. I look with desperation to the commanding officers, but they're still just standing there. Why won't they take command? With a grimace, I leap out from behind the desk and race the length of the room. I grab up the dropped smoker and reignite it, struggling with the weight, but aiming as carefully as I can at the escapee, blasting out hot streams of white smoke in our defense. If the officers refuse to act, then that makes the most important senior person in this room. Myself, I realize, looking all around me as the heat of the weapon blasts back onto my face and dries my gums. I cough and wince as I feel my lips start to crack and split. 22 shrieks and cows up to one of the hall's corners as someone takes control of the second smoker, blasting out streams into the vicinity. Everyone's watching now, terrified. "Reese," one man calls out to me, "what do we do?" I begin shouting directions left and right, doing my best to take control of the situation before it could get any worse, sweat pouring from skin and instantly drying in the fumes of the smoker. Gather by the doors, aim the smoker up higher. You keep raiding through to upstairs, get those emergency doors rescinded, and let's get everyone out of here. Orders fly from my throat as I take command, and a rush of exhilaration shivers through me. Yes, this is it. I can do this. I can save them. I can save the day. Hey, I shout to the bewildered officers, get that fire hose stretched out, now, and get it over here. With dumbfounded nods, they comply, and I pass the smoker in my hands over to a colleague with a grunt. I pointed to where he should aim. Shoot out in bursts, don't overwhelm this half of the room or we'll all choke to death. Keep 22 pinned there. I'm exaggerating about choking to death, I hope, but the less time we spend in the fumes of the smokers, the better. I grabbed the fire hose from the officers and ordered them to anchor it to the nearest solid, then to hold on tight as I pushed through the broken hole of the glass in 22's containment wall, and with a deep breath, begin to clamber my way down into the pit. With a grunt, I land on the bottom, my feet squelching in the ooze. And there lies 22's victims, Kenneth and Rebecca. I check them as quickly as I can, still riding that adrenaline rush. They're alive and breathing, though Rebecca is bruised and the angle of one of her ankles concerns me. But she'll live. I go to her first, tying the hose around her waist as best I can and hauling her to the enclosure's edge. Looking up, I call out to the officers as a blast of smoke bursts through the gap overhead. Pull her up, I call, as quickly as you can. And for a moment, I fear that they won't be able to hear me above the chaos. But thankfully, pull they do. Right you are, Reese, one of them calls, and up she goes, swaying a little, but up and out of the depth of the pit. I run my hands through my hair. Stay calm, you've got this. You're in control, Reese. Kenneth next. As the fire hose tumbles back down, I grab it up at once, grunting with a strain, but dragging the unconscious Kenneth to the edge, getting the hose supported around him and calling for him to be brought up. I wait, and only after he's away from the immediate danger of 22's lair do I follow up, clambering up the hose with my feet against the concrete, steadily back up into the chaos. The noise becomes instantly louder as I clamber back up into the hell, but 22 remains where I last saw it, stuck in the corner, its plumes of sticky smoke now thinner and lighter. It cannot move. It's trapped. Don't you people realize you're in danger? Let me go. You must let me go. It shrieks, but the smoker operators have a system now. 2 people to each weapon, sharing the weight, aiming carefully. Everyone else is gathered by the doors, and upon my return, they cheer. Reese, 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 they chant in a frenzy, and despite everything, a surge of pride flows through me, and a grin spreads across my face. You're a hero, Reese, a woman proclaims, her eyes wide with worship. A hero. She thrusts something into my hands. It looks a little like a remote control. The men upstairs have been in contact. They need someone with your security clearance to confirm it's safe for us to leave. But you did it. Just press the button and they'll open the doors. I look down at the remote as the cheers rise. Down at the button in my hand. Reese, 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 they cheer. Just press the button. And my grin falters, then fades. The cheering becomes a backing track, muted almost, as if underwater. Slowly, I turn the remote around in my hand. I consider the situation. Just press the button and they'll open the doors. Just press the button. You're a hero, Reese. Oh, I said quietly. You're here, aren't you, Object 22? Something dark and smoke-like slithers through the back of my head. I close my eyes, forcing myself to calm, taking slow, deep breaths and drowning out the sounds of the cheering, of the blast of the smokers, of the blare of the siren, pushing my personal feelings aside. Focus, Reese. Focus. Focus on what is real. And with an exertion of will, I reopened my eyes. I am standing in the office above Object 22's containment. I'm not standing by the doors. There is no cheering crowds, only quiet background bustling. I look around me. The glass to Object 22's containment wall is in place. None of it is smashed, and there are no cracks. I can see Kenneth from here, through the walls of the enclosure, down there in the hall where I thought I was just standing. He isn't passed out. He isn't even staring through the glass. He's just sat there at one of the tables, eating a small meal and minding his own business. No one is calling my name, and the air is clear. There are no trails of smoke, oily or white or otherwise. I bring a hand up to my lips. They are neither cracked nor dry, and there is no panic. Everything is fine. It's all fine. I look down to the control panel, the one I find myself standing behind. Someone has activated all the switches required for unlocking Object 22's containment, for opening its enclosure and releasing it. The only thing left to do is push the release button, the one my finger is currently hovering over. Just press the button. I steadily move my hand away from the button and deactivate the switches one by one. Little lights on the panel change back from yellow to green. Object 22 shows you what you want to see. Don't be a fool, Reese. Don't you want to be the hero? Comes the frustrated voice of 22. I stride back to my original position. Nice try, 22, I murmur bitterly, looking around for a clue as to how it managed to infect me. My eyes catch again on the smudge on the metalwork placard, the one that denotes the occupant inside as Object 22. I didn't wipe it all the way, it would seem, and looking carefully at my thumb, I now see the black, tarry strands across the fingertip, and I head to the disinfectant station at once to wash my hands. Glancing up the glass wall directly above the placard, then peering a little closer, I see there is a gap, the tiniest, thinnest slithers of gaps where the glass connects to the concrete. 22 must have leaked a little of its ooze through the space. Brian walks past me now, up the stairs from the hall below us. He's reading notes from a clipboard, but wrinkles his nose and pushes up his glasses when he sees me. Don't you have work to be getting on with, Reese? He asks. I point to the gap at the top of 22's containment. It looks like 22 has eroded a layer of concrete, Brian, I say to him, and he stops, squinting up to the ceiling. I smile humorlessly at him. Perhaps focus on your own work before worrying about anybody else's, Brian stares in alarm at the gap and immediately draws his radio from his belt with fumbling hands, barking orders through the thing and hurrying back to his office. Miserable dick, I mutter, hopefully just loud enough for him to hear as I turn and take my leave. My work with 22 can wait, I think. If you ever change your mind, Reese, you know where to find me, 22 whispers in my ear. They don't appreciate you, but they could. I can give you what you want. I don't respond as I make my own way down the corridor, though my pride hurts just a little. My heart is still racing, but I do my best to get past it. A colleague nods politely at me, one headed the opposite way, and I nod back, pausing at the doors that would lead me back into the complex. Reese, whispers Object 22, and with a grimace, I push on through, striding swiftly away, and leaving the object behind. I don't hide the fact that I hate Christmas. Call me a proverbial Scrooge, insult me to no end, but every year I feel dread greater than anyone who hates the holiday season could ever claim. If you know me personally, you'd assume it's because of my younger brother's disappearance, and you'll be right for the most part. It happened one Christmas morning when, by all rights, the two of us should have been sitting by a tree, opening presents and making treasured childhood memories. Instead, I was treated with a day of police frantically searching our house and neighborhood while questioning my distraught parents. They questioned me too, of course, but as a 10-year-old, I didn't have much to say. I told them that he and I had gone to bed, excited for what the next day had in store for us, and that was the last I saw of him. He just never came down to open his gifts, and that's when my mother discovered his room was empty. But that was a lie. I do know what happened to Chris. I know who took him away, and I know that if I told the truth, no one would believe me. Then or now. Santa kidnapped my brother. Please don't laugh. I know how it sounds, and you're right. It sounds ridiculous. He can't be real, and even if he was, he's supposed to be nice to children. But I know what I saw, and it wasn't some lunatic in a Santa suit either. That man was as real as a winter wind that chills you down to the bone. I suppose I should start by telling you how all this started. Before the holiday was ruined for my family, that Christmas Eve, we all left out cookies for Santa, talked about what we'd hoped he would bring, and then our parents read the night before Christmas to my brother and I, all of them cheerful, mundane traditions for our family. What was different that final year was I was noticeably less enthusiastic about the whole process. It was the first year I'd openly stopped believing in Santa Claus. I was a strange and cynical child, much to the concern of my parents. To tell you the truth, until that fateful night, I'd never really been a believer in Santa Claus. I mostly just played along to please adults, but that year I was tired of all the acting. That's one of the many ways we differed so much, my brother and I. You see, Chris was a young, energetic and curious boy. I remember the year he was taken was also the one where he found out where our parents was hiding our unwrapped gifts weeks ahead of time. He refused to tell his own big sister what she was going to be getting though. Figures, I guess. More importantly, however, being 3 years younger than me, he was still very much a believer. My flat denials of the existence of Santa Claus only served as a challenge to him, and he was determined to prove otherwise. We were heading up the stairs to bed when he got my attention. "Stay up with me," he said as he tugged at my pajama sleeve. "I'll show you he's real. We'll catch him in the act. I bet we'll be the first ones to have ever done it, and I'm sure he'll give us all kinds of stuff when we do." I sighed. "I'd rather just get some sleep, Chris," I told him. "You can go on believing if you want, but I don't have to, just to have a good Christmas." I always try to avoid being a damper on his spirit, and I thought convincing him to forget his harebrained schemes would be better than waiting up half the night just to see his disappointment. "Oh, come on," he cried. "Do I always have to make you have fun? If it weren't for me, you'd be boring, just like Mrs. Henderson." I must have made a disgusted face because Chris laughed, gave a mischievous grin and said, "Well, what's it going to be, Mrs. Henderson? Are we going to catch Santa in the act or not?" Mrs. Henderson was my 4th grade teacher, and I despised the old crone with a passion. Chris knew how to push my buttons. "All right, short stuff, you're on," I said with more bravado than I actually felt. "First to fall asleep has to wait till New Year's to open their gift from Santa." Chris's eyes flashed with excitement at the wager. "I'll take that bet." So we went to our rooms to wait for our parents' turn to go to bed. After the lights downstairs went out, I waited about half an hour just to make sure they were asleep, and I crept out of my bed and sneaked my way downstairs. I saw that there was a light on in the living room. Chris was sitting casually near the fireplace. "What took you so long?" he said, always the confident one. "I waited for Mom and Dad to get to sleep, idiot," I replied. "They're not going to be too happy if they find us here." With an unceremonious plop, I sat down on the couch, directly in front of the fireplace. "So, how do you expect to stay up the entire night?" I asked. "I imagine I'll figure it out," Chris said. I'm not sure how long we waited there for the so-called Saint Nick to appear, but Chris looked almost ready to doze off when we were shocked away by something that must have been large and heavy hitting the roof. After a short pause, there was a sound of shuffling and the scraping of feet. I was sure I heard the ringing of little bells. "Oh man," Chris whispered in awe, "it's really him." For a moment, I wondered why Mom and Dad weren't awoken by any of this. All the racket was enough to wake the dead, but that train of thought stopped when the chimney soot started sprinkling down into the fireplace. Chris dashed over to me and shook my shoulders. "What did I tell you? He's real! He's real!" Unlike Chris, I didn't think there was any supernatural explanation behind this strange occurrence. I was convinced it was a burglar trying to find their way in through unconventional means. I sat stiffly, staring at the fireplace for a few moments, unsure of what to do, until I rose and dived underneath the couch to hide. "What are you doing?" Chris cried in bewilderment. "He's coming!" "Get down!" I whispered fiercely at him. "We don't know who that really is." Chris opened his mouth to protest, but a voice let out a grunt from the chimney, and it spooked him enough to find a spot of his own. He hid behind Dad's large leather lounge chair in the corner. A few moments later, a final, loud thump came, and the front of our fireplace was obscured by all the soot rushing out into the air. I covered my mouth and nose desperately to prevent myself from coughing. When it finally settled, the sight gave my cynical mind a serious shock. The old man that stood before me really was someone dressed as Santa Claus, and he looked every inch the part. His body was the perfect size, he had a long white beard, and his outfit was a beautifully made red jacket and pants. His face contained the soft, loving features of an old man enjoying the moment. What surprised me the most about this strange man was even though he had just entered through our musty chimney, there wasn't a speck of soot on him. It was almost as if anything that could mar his perfect appearance was naturally repelled. I was finally convinced he was the real deal by what came next. Throwing a sack of presents over his shoulder, Santa stepped away from the fireplace and a short elf girl emerged to follow him. The elf had pointed ears, a glistening green suit, and was so short she only came up to Santa's knee. Unlike the jolly old man, she seemed terrified to take a single step into our home. She looked all around as if there was some terrible threat in the room, and seemed only slightly relieved when she mistakenly thought it was empty. Santa noticed her fear, but rather than reassure her, as would be expected, for a fraction of a second, his kind face changed into a look of pure, horrifying malice. It was like the kind old man had been replaced by an insane, merciless master, only to return a nanosecond later. The elf's mood changed on a dime. In short order, she was filling our stockings with small toys and candy, with a smile plastered onto her face that seemed ready to crack at any moment. Being so short, she had to use some kind of magic to levitate so she could get within reach. With purposeful, yet quiet footsteps, Santa made his way to our tree, taking 2 presents from his bag. He placed them in the proper spot and went to where we had left his traditional snack. The elf was done with her job too, but Santa wasn't inclined to share with his companion. Now that she was towing the line, he barely even acknowledged her presence. She just stood there next to him, waiting for him to finish, wringing her hand in nervous movements. On its face, this whole scene was like something ripped straight out of a Christmas television special. But even at my young age, I could tell that something more was going on. What I'm trying to say is it seemed like they were attempting to appear whimsical for whimsy's sake, like it was all one big act they were putting on. The little elf barely passed as a convincing actress, and Santa's momentary lapse only cemented my suspicions. It was something I was unable to articulate fully at the time, but I can now. It looked like a ruse. Chris fell for it right away though. He must have been too young to notice the sinister signs that I had been able to pick up on. From my angle on the floor, I could see him clearly in his own hiding spot. The look on his face told me everything I needed to know. He was completely enamored with these two people. To my horror, he slowly crept out from behind the chair. I wanted to call out to him, to tell him to stay right where he was, that these two were strangers, that there was no way to tell what would happen once they knew we were there. But that would have given us both away. It's not like he wouldn't have listened to me either. How many kids out there can't help but trust Santa Claus? "Wow," he whispered to our bizarre intruders. "It's really you." At this, both Santa and his elf turned to find Chris standing in the middle of the room. Both had this faux expression of surprise that only served to unsettle me further. "Waiting up for us, I see," Santa commented with a warm smile. "Yeah," Chris said cheerfully. "I wanted to prove that you were really real and everything." "And it seems you have," Santa replied with a chuckle. He sat down in my father's chair and motioned to Chris to sit with him, to which he obliged. "Oh man, I've got so many questions," Chris exclaimed. "Are there reindeer on the roof? Can I see them? What's it like living on the North Pole? Oh, I wish I could see it someday."
"All in good time," Santa said, grinning at his remark.
Maybe to some it would have looked like a friendly expression, but to me it was a smile that seemed to contain the self-satisfaction of winning a game. As for the elf, she had lost all colour on her face. She made no move whatsoever as the two sat together, but her expression was enough to tell me that something horrible was about to happen. "I knew you were real. I just knew it," Chris said. "And all the big kids at school give us such a hard time about it. Even Sis was losing it too. Just wait until everyone hears about this."
"Oh, they won't, Chris," Santa said, clasping his gloved hand over my brother's shoulder.
"Huh? Why not?" he asked, confused. "Do I have to keep it a secret?" Santa laughed a deep, evil laugh that was too much unlike his fabled ho ho ho.
"Do you honestly think that you've been the only one to ever see me? That throughout history, the many little children of the world haven't done the same as you?"
Chris shifted uncomfortably in the man's lap. "I guess not."
"You see, Chris," Santa began, "children are not to be trusted. They're the ignorant, greedy, and selfish offspring of humans. A greedy and selfish race to begin with. Over the years, I've been able to sustain myself on these human qualities, and humans have happily whitewashed my persona in order to satiate their desires without guilt. It's the perfect season for it. Don't you agree, my dear boy?"
The excitement in Chris's face was all but gone. He was finally starting to get it.
"The children who seek me out always want something," Santa said. "More meaningless possessions, satisfaction of curiosity, or simple proof are only a few examples. However, there is always a price to be paid for breaking the rules and finding something that is not meant to be found."
Throughout this conversation, the elf began to gather the gifts they had brought with a hint of reluctance. She even managed to make the cookies Santa ate magically reappear. She was ridding the house of any evidence of their presence. Santa's hand squeezed Chris's shoulder tightly.
"I'm always looking for more helpers," he continued. "Children who have seen me, who could never keep such a secret, are the perfect candidates."
My brother's face turned into an expression of absolute fear. He now realized his fatal error.
"You are not the first," he said. "You certainly won't be the last."
Turning to his elf, Santa barked out a command.
"Annabelle, it's time. Change him now."
"No, please," the elf stammered. Please don't make me." Santa gave her a cruel look of disdain and waved his hand toward her in an odd way. I was horrified to see the elf suddenly start clawing frantically at her face, digging her nails into her own skin. She screeched in pain, unable to stop harming herself. Santa waved his hand again, releasing her from her torture. Her face was now covered in scratches and dripping with blood. Chris screamed and dove off Santa's lap, trying to rush out of the room, but the old man made another strange wave with his hand and Chris stopped in his tracks. As if possessed, my brother turned around to face him, his eyes wide with fear. He was under that awful man's control. "Don't you see it? It's too late for you now," he said triumphantly. "Accept your fate." With a smug grin, Santa looked down to his companion. "I should really start having you all wear red," he said in a mocking tone. "At least then, the blood wouldn't show so much. Are you going to do as you're told now, Annabelle, or do I have to think of something worse for you?" The elf let out a heavy sob and looked up to my terrified brother. "I'm sorry," she said in a sad, high-pitched voice. From where I was, I could see her tears mingling with blood as she took a little silver wand hidden in the fold of her clothes. She pointed it directly at my brother, and in a blinding flash filled the room. It took some time for my sight to recover, but when it did, I saw the Chris I knew disappearing before me. His whole body looked like it was melting before my eyes, unnecessary flesh falling away and reshaping itself. When the transformation was over, he was shorter and squatter. His ears came out to sharp points. His nose was round and flush, as if he had been out in the cold. Even his clothes had changed to a uniform similar to Santa's companion, only red this time. His new elf appearance was a caricature of his former self. He must have been so scared. Looking down at his new form, he could only let out a pitiful squeak. So was I, as I lay frozen underneath the couch, clutching the carpet. As that awful, obese man and strange crying elf dragged my newly turned brother into our fireplace, Chris looked down and stared directly at me, his expression a desperate cry for help. But what could I do? How could I fight off two magical beings without getting myself into the same horrible situation? So, I did nothing. I still have nightmares about that. With Chris in tow, they shot up the chimney all together through their strange magic, and that was the last I ever saw of my little brother. For almost the entire night, I stayed under the couch, softly crying. In my state of shock, I had no strength to do much else. But as I saw the sun slowly rise from the windows, I knew it was safe to crawl out of my hiding place and find my way back to my room. The rest, I guess, is history. To this day, I won't have anything to do with this terrible holiday. I don't decorate, I don't give out gifts, I don't go to parties. I won't even live in a house with a chimney or fireplace. Hell, I even refuse to visit houses with one this time of year. Don't get me started about the mall or street corner Santas. I just keep to my apartment as much as I can. In my paranoia, I really must turn into a cheerless shut-in a month out of the year, because I know that somewhere in the world there will be more unlucky children going missing. I still don't know why I didn't meet the same fate as my brother. Has he never told his captors that I was there too? Could he really keep a secret for that long? Could they somehow pry the truth out of him? Every year since that night, I've been terrified that they'll finally come for me. Perhaps what keeps me safe is the fact that I've stayed quiet all these years, never telling anyone what really happened. I can only assume that Chris has done the same. Anyone out there must be wondering why I'd say anything about it now. To be honest, I want to, because I'm not sure what that fat guy would do to me. I mean, there's no way he could turn a fully grown adult into an elf, right? But most of all, I want to know what's become of Chris. It hurts to think what could have happened to him over all these years. Living in the central US, our family was accustomed to our fair share of storms. We were just on the cusp so that we would occasionally get snow in the winter, but not as much as states further north. At the same time, we weren't south enough for the oppressive heat, dry seasons or tornadoes. Overall, we felt it was a pretty good midpoint when it came to the weather. So, one April day, we didn't give the announcement of a coming storm a second thought. After hearing it would likely be heavy with strong winds, we simply cancelled our dinner plans and prepared to bunker down for a cozy evening. I wish things had gone as nicely as we predicted. Our house is rather isolated. You can't see another house if you look in any direction, as it will take you a decent drive to reach the nearest neighbourhood. So when the events of that evening took place, we had no one to go to or relate our side of the story to. We were completely alone. It started with a loss of power, thus knocking out any communication we may have. While it wasn't exactly a common occurrence, it had been known to happen with heavy storms such as these, so we brushed it off and lit some candles to light our home. We soon grew used to the sounds of rain, wind and thunder outside. The next oddity was when we noticed the clocks had all frozen at the same time, locked at 10:17. The battery-powered one on the wall, my dad's wristwatch, our grandfather clock in the hall. No matter how long we waited or how hard we stared, none of the clocks in the house moved. We simply chalked it up to the loss of power, seeing as we had no reason to think otherwise. What made us seriously question the storm was when the wind stopped. Now, don't get me wrong, when I say this, I don't mean the storm itself stopped. It was still pouring rain and flashing lightning intermittently. The wind that was rustling the trees and howling against the walls simply ceased to blow. It gave the storm an eerie calm and quiet, despite the rain still falling heavy outside. At this point, we began to discuss what exactly could be happening. My mother suggested a hurricane, since they have the calm eye in the center, so perhaps we'd simply hit the halfway point of the storm. My father quickly shut down the idea, saying that clearly such an event would not happen so far inland. My sister, the bratty know-it-all of a 10th grade class, quickly gave the facts on the largest hurricanes recorded and how far they had travelled in from the coast. Still, it wasn't as far as us. After a good hour, our argument slowly dwindled as we realised the wind wasn't coming back. There was something different about the storm. Trying to get the children's minds off the strangeness of it all, my parents suggested we play some board games, to which we both agreed. The wind continued to be absent. About halfway into our game of Monopoly, we started hearing the tapping. Above us, we could hear the rhythmic sound of something clicking against our roof. We all stopped our bickering and negotiating to listen to the mesmerizing sound. Tap, 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 tap. It seemed to be following a pattern. Each set of 3 taps would be followed by a pause, with the next 3 coming from somewhere else entirely on the roof. Above the kitchen, then above the bathroom, then right above us, then above the kitchen, then us, then the bedroom. My sister and I's concern was probably clear on our faces, so my mother quickly suggested it was simply some tree branches. It wasn't impossible, as we had several trees close enough to the house, and it was likely that some branches would have broken off and landed on the roof, lodging themselves somewhere and repeatedly knocking on the shingles. But still, the nagging feeling of doubt lingered in my mind, and certainly in everyone else's. After all, how could they be tapping the roof with no wind? To further cement the idea and bring us peace of mind, my father went around and closed the curtains to the windows to protect us from branches that may fly in, as if a piece of fabric would do much to stop something like that. With everyone still uneasy, we continued our game, but with quieter tones. The tapping continued, and the wind still didn't return. Tap, 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 tap. As we were playing a game of Clue, my sister suddenly yelped, pointing at the window behind my father. We all turned to see a shape silhouetted behind the curtain. It was long and relatively thick, like that of a large tree branch. It came from the top of the window and ended at a rounded point that was clearly visible. As we all gazed at the incomprehensible shape, it suddenly began to move. Slithering like a tentacle, the end quickly retreated up toward the roof. Seconds later, the tapping became faster and louder. Tap, 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 tap. At this point, my sister had tears in her eyes, fear clearly visible in her face. Even my mother looked disturbed. In that moment, I probably looked much like my sister, despite being older than her. Through it all, my father maintained a resolute expression, never showing fear or worry. It was likely his determination that kept us all from breaking, at least for the moment. We soon decided it would be best to try to sleep through all of this, resolving to put it behind us and hope it would be over in the morning. Of course, with the tapping, no one could fall asleep, so instead, we decided to simply stay together in the living room. Over the course of the next hour, we saw the tentacle-like shape 3 more times outside the windows, with each tapping appearance bringing louder and faster tapping. Tap, 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 tap. Soon, it sounded more like banging and began to drive us to the brink of madness. At that point, my father must have gotten tired of sitting still and doing nothing about it, because the next time we saw the shape, he got up and approached the window. To this day, I wonder what would have gone differently had he had done nothing and simply waited until morning. Of course, after having waited for what felt like hours with no change of the clocks nor darkness outside, who knew if day would ever come? As he stomped toward the shadow, it retreated as normal, but my father flung the curtain to the side. Outside, we could see the sky was a sickening dark green, the colour you would expect from something old and rotting. I had heard of storms turning the sky green, but something about the colour we saw stretching out in all directions made me feel sick. My father threw the window open, the rain from above dripping down into the house. With no wind, the rain didn't manage to blow inside. He stuck his head outside, looking to the left and right. As he did, we could see his eyes grow wide with shock and fear. Slowly, he turned his body to look up to the roof, and as he saw whatever was up there, his mouth opened. Perhaps he was simply amazed, or perhaps he meant to scream. Whatever the purpose, it didn't matter, because as he did, one of the tentacles flew down and grabbed his head. As quickly as it appeared, it returned to the roof, bringing my father with it. I was in too much shock to comprehend what the tentacle had looked like, past the fact that it clearly was exactly that, a dark, black tentacle. Later, I would see exactly what other details they had. With everyone stuck in stunned silence, we heard nothing but the rain. Part of me wishes that we heard something else, a scream, the sound of this creature, or any sign that my dad was even up there. But the silence we were met with was more terrifying than anything that could have possibly happened. Whatever happened to my father had happened instantly and without any sound whatsoever. After several moments of silence, my mother quietly approached the window and closed it, drawing the curtains back. After she did, she collapsed to the floor and began to weep. I heard my sister do the same, and I'm sure I did as well. The realization dawned on us that we were all in danger. Suddenly, the banging on the roof resumed, filling our minds and fueling our madness further. We could not take this for much longer. After waiting for what I felt was several more hours, the sun surely should have risen. But still, the clock read 10:17. The darkness lingered outside, and peeking out the window revealed the same sickly green sky. How such a clear colour was visible, while at the same time drenching the land in darkness, was beyond me. But at this point, nothing that had happened made any sense. Not long after I began to wonder about these things, my mother seemed to snap. She got up from her spot on the couch and stormed to the front door. My sister pleaded for her to stop, but my mother ignored her. I just sat there, watching emotionless. She opened the door, stepping out into the rain. The darkness outside looked tangible, infinite, and ready to devour anything that stepped inside. Despite the darkness beyond and green above, my mother defiantly stepped forward. Expecting her to immediately be snatched up and devoured just like my father, I was shocked to see her take a dozen steps out onto the grass. She stopped and turned to look at us, a mixed look of confusion, surprise, and relief on her face. But inevitably, her gaze was drawn up above us to the roof. As her eyes moved to the door to whatever lay above, her face contorted into fear and shock. Her mouth opening much the way my dad's had, the scream of pure terror and horror that she let out in that moment has never left me. As she screamed, a tentacle shot out and wrapped around her body, with audible sounds of bones snapping. Her scream turned to that of pain, and I'm sure blood began to run from her mouth. I say might have, because my gaze was drawn instead to the tentacle. Its lingering allowed me to view it in all of its horror. It had the suction cups you would expect on that of an octopus, but in the center of each one was a single massive eye. The gazes all darted about, some locking onto my mother as she tried to writhe and break free of its grasp. One landed its gaze directly on me, staring into my very mind and soul. I felt a pure feeling of terror and panic that I have never felt before and could not hope to describe. Moments after it gazed on me, the tentacle once again retreated to the roof with my mother. As it did, her screaming abruptly ceased. When she stopped, my sister began sobbing and suddenly ran out toward the door. I know I should have stopped her, should have yelled, should have grabbed her, but the stare of that eye was all I could see in my mind. Shaking it from my vision as much as I could, I managed to watch as my sister stepped over the cusp of the door. As soon as her foot hit the wet concrete beyond, another tentacle shot down and grabbed her by the neck. I heard a scream, followed shortly by a violent pop as the scream stopped instantly. Her lifeless body got pulled up, her legs dragging against the top of the door frame. I was alone. I don't know what drove me, but I slowly got up and walked toward the door, standing just in front of that open portal to the darkness beyond. I froze, not out of fear, not out of judgment. I just stopped walking. I stood there for what felt like an hour, simply staring out into the void. The only thing I heard during that time was the soft falling of rain just beyond. No tapping, no screaming, nothing. What snapped me into my senses was the sound of my mother's voice. She was calling my name, quietly. Her voice sounded like hers, but something in my brain told me that it was not. I could not discern what was wrong with it, but deep down I felt it was not the voice I knew. I began to shake out of fear, and as I stood frozen there, I noticed 3 figures slowly fade into view ahead. What I saw was impossible, but there in front of me, they were anyway. I heard my mother's voice again, calling my name, sounding louder. It was coming from the figure on the left. These 3 figures were my family, my mother, my sister, and my father. As they grew closer, the features in their face became more obvious. It was clearly them. It was then that I noticed everything wrong. My mother's body was twisted, ribs poking through the skin, blood leaking from her mouth and from the wounds. My sister's head was turned to the right at an unnatural angle, her neck jutting out. My father was the best off, with no wounds visible. But behind each of them, a collection of high-covered tentacles were implanted in the backs of their necks, reaching up and back toward the roof. I could see in the eyes of my family that no life remained, but this thing was using their bodies like puppets. Collectively, their voices beckoned me to come outside. The urge to step forward and join them was deafening my mind. Without them, I was so alone. As my mind cleared enough to think, I took a step back. As I did, the faces of my animated family contorted, their mouths gaping open far larger than their jaws should allow. A horrid screech erupted from deep within them, driving me to the floor with my hands on my ears. When I finally managed to look back up, my father had come closer to the door, now a mere foot in front of me, still screeching and reaching out with both arms. Feeling consciousness failing me, I reached for the door and, in a final act of defiance, slammed it shut. Instantly, the screeching stopped. I willed the images of their eye, of my twisted family, of the green and black beyond the door, out of my head, and was consumed by darkness. I don't know how long I was out for, but I awoke some time later to see the light coming through the windows. It was sunlight. Getting up and finding my balance, my head still throbbing, I hobbled over to the nearest window and opened the curtains. The sky had returned to a pale blue, the sun having just finished rising over the distant horizon. The ground was wet from a summer's rain, but no leaves or branches were strewn about. To my left, a clock read 10:18. Opening the front door, everything looked completely normal. It was finally over. At least, that's what I assumed. Eventually, the police got involved to investigate the disappearance of my family. Being the only one remaining put me under great suspicion, of course, but I could see that they felt I had nothing to do with this. They never did tell me how they knew I wasn't involved. I ended up staying with a relative for the day after they cleared me to leave, and it seemed I would be for the foreseeable future. In fact, I still am to this day. Had that been the end of it, I may have simply accepted that everything I saw was some sort of horrible nightmare, and my family had simply left for some unimaginable reason. But that night, as I slept, I had a dream that convinced me that the events of that night were more than my imagination. I was standing at the front door of my house, a step away from being outside. With my body out of my control, I walked out onto the concrete, counting a dozen steps, then stopped and slowly turned. I saw it on the roof of my house. I stay awake for days on end, drinking as much coffee as my body allows. I do everything in my power to fight off the sleep I need. Inevitably, I succumb to the darkness, where the horrors become reality. Everyone I know thinks it's just part of my coping, but they could never understand. This being sits atop the roof of my house, an infinite number of tentacles protruding from its slender body. They twist and morph in all directions, some drooping down onto the ground, others floating up into the sky, each one covered in those horrible eyes. The entire thing is the darkest of black, so dark as to stand out even in the night. All light seems to be absorbed by the thing. Its horrific body curls upward into a massive head, a twisted visage resembling the shape of a human's. It has no eyes, nose, ears or hair. All it has is a snarling, massive mouth, curled up into a smile full of sickening yellow teeth. Every night I am forced into my home, on the edge of the door. Every night I am forced to walk a dozen steps, only to turn and face it. And every night I am taunted by 3 of its tentacles, hanging closer, controlling the lifeless bodies of my family. And every night, with the twisted voices of the ones I used to love, it repeats the same thing to me. Come home. The pool complex I work at is pretty typical. It's not in the center of the city. It's closer to the edge, and as such, has loads of space to work with. There are gyms and courts and several large pools that it's comprised of, all interconnected with warm and pleasantly humid plexiglass tunnels, extra appreciated at this time of year. Sometimes, as I'm walking through one such tunnel in my shorts, sandals, and lifeguard shirt, I'll catch a glimpse of someone outside, shivering through their coat in the snow, and I can't help but feel relieved to be on this side of the glass. My boss is an eccentric lady, the manager. She laughs and smiles a lot, but damn if she doesn't always look so tired. It's like I can see the stress aging her in actual, real time. She needs to take it a little easier, is what I think. We're just leisure facility workers after all. I considered telling her this in a meeting she's called me into. I'm not concerned. We get on well, and I'm a good employee. I try to think of a diplomatic way to word my sentiments, but she begins to speak before I have a chance. "How long have you been working here now, Dan?" she asks me, tapping her finger against the desk. About a year, I think," I reply, and there is a pause. I can't quite put my finger on it, but something suddenly changes. The atmosphere becomes a little more strained, a little more tense. I shift uncomfortably. Kate, my boss, glances up from the desk and over my shoulder. I turn around to see one of my colleagues behind me through the open doorway. Nice guy. He's been here longer than me, I think. But the moment my eyes meet his, he turns away and heads off and away out of sight. I look back to Kate, and the silence stretches on. I manage an awkward laugh, but she does not smile with me now. Employees that have been with us for as long as you have, Dan, are given the opportunity to earn a little extra money. "Oh, okay," I reply, eyebrows raised. She rubs her wrist absent-mindedly, rubbing a thumb over the V she has tattooed there as she looks at the wall in thought. "We run night sessions here sometimes. Did you know that?" she says, still not looking directly at me. "For real?" I ponder this. No, I didn't. Is this a recent thing?" "No," she replies, and does not elaborate any further. More silence. I shift with discomfort in my seat. The air is, as it always is in the complex, humid, but goosebumps shoot up across my arms regardless. "Kate, is everything okay?" She rises from a chair. "Come with me, please." Silently, I stand and I follow on beside her as we walk through the complex. The complex stays open pretty late into the night, for the gyms at least, but the pools will be closing in about 10 minutes. It's dark, and aside from the falling snow, I cannot see much of anything beyond the grass when we pass through the tunnels. "Dan, once employees have been with us for a year, then their hours get reduced somewhat." I start to protest, with surprise, but she quiets me. "Don't panic, your pay remains the same. It goes up actually, but once a week we'll need you to spend a few hours in the night pool." I try to process this. A few hours at night? Why haven't I heard anything about this? As I said, it's just once a week. She leads me down corridor after corridor, through a set of locker rooms and past our least popular pool. Nothing wrong with the pool itself. It's just an unusual shape and a little further out of the way than the other three. Kate leads me through one of the doors at the back, past steaming pipes and whirring filters. Round a corner we go, beneath a blinking emergency exit sign. And I find myself starting to get a little anxious. My gut is telling me something, but I don't know how to respond. "So this is the way to the night pool then?" I ask. "That's right," she says quietly. "A pool that I didn't know about until just now, for a session I didn't know even existed." Kate says nothing, and we find ourselves at the top of a tiled staircase, one that leads down and down into the humid gloom. Kate wavers on the top step. She grips tight to the metal rail. Then, with a slow sigh, she descends, and, against my better judgment, I follow. Down, into the dark. Kate's sandals clack against the tile as we go down, and mine echo softly behind as I follow. This is pretty creepy, you know, I say with a weak chuckle. But again, I receive no reply. My breathing becomes shallow. Kate? I say to nothing. God damn it, Kate? I'm sorry about this, Dan, she mutters. I'm sorry, alright, but this is what we need from you. And we arrive at last at the base of the stairs before an open, tiled arch in the wall. The world beyond is red. Low, gloomy red, as the room is awash in nothing but red light. Jeez, I murmur in disbelief, stepping forwards, and, together with Kate, we step through the secretive, underground pool. A deep, soft humming sound rumbles overhead through the pipework. Water drips from somewhere unseen. I look around and try to take it all in. There stands a lone lifeguard chair by the edge of the pool. There are some lockers against one wall, and as for the pool itself, the pool is rectangular, as one would expect, and the water is dark, black almost in this light. But the most curious part are the 7 rivers. The pool, despite at its core looking much the same as any other, has 7 off-shooting waterways. They stretch off and away through gaps in the tiled walls, through watery tunnels leading away into the dark. Kate, come on. What is this place? Kate grabs me suddenly by the shoulders, and I swear in alarm, heart pounding in fear. Dan, she says, her eyes staring desperately into mine. Just do your job, just for 2 hours. Just sit in that chair and do your job. You must, you hear me? You must. And she speaks with such cold conviction, such force of will, that I cannot help but be swayed to believe what she is saying. So I just sit there and what? And do your job, she says again, releasing me. She is shaking. 2 hours, tonight. Then next week I'll need you to do 2 more. You'll have greater flexibility with your daytime hours, and you won't need to come in quite so much either. Thank you. I'll be upstairs if you need me. Wait, that's it? You want me down here right now? Alone? Kate looks away and wipes her eyes. She starts to walk back to the arch. Kate, wait. Is this a joke? A prank? She shoots a look back at me over her shoulder. Her expression makes it very clear that this is no joke. 2 hours, Dan, she says, as the pipes hiss and the filter hungrily gurgles in the gloom. Just 2 hours, then I'll see you upstairs, and you can go home. And with that, she departs, leaving me alone in the underground pool, bathed in red. I stand there for a minute, just gobsmacked, unsure what to do. This is insane. This creepy-ass pool, all empty and alone, down here in the darkness. I look around once again at the 7 tunnels. Where the hell do those even lead? I wonder out loud. I look over to the lifeguard chair, a still and silent sentinel above the dark water, and I glance to my watch. 2 hours. She wants you down here for 2 hours. I wander over to the chair, my footsteps suddenly sounding much louder in the eerie quiet. The water laps and churns softly against the rim of the pool near my feet. This is crazy. This must be a joke, surely. I should just go back upstairs and refuse. But I don't. Something about Kate's manner really frightened me. So I'll just do it this once, see what the big deal is, and then make a decision from there. So I clamber up into the lifeguard chair and settle myself into place. The lone watcher over a sea of black and red. The water churns, the humidity pinpricks my skin with sweat, and I watch. I watch the water, as is my duty. Nothing happens, by the way. Not this first time. I start to feel a little queasy as the hours draw to a close, but I put that down to just a little dehydration. And when my time is finally done, I jump from the chair and hasten away, not wishing to spend an extra second in this unsettling place. Kate is gone by the time I return upstairs and through the complex to her office, so I simply go home and bring it up with her the following day. "Kate," I tell her, "I don't want to do this. You can keep the pay and the flexible hours. Just don't send me back down there again." "Dan, I'm not going to discuss this with you any further. I'm sorry, but this is just the way it is." "Kate, look, it creeps me out, alright? I don't—" "You will go down again." "No, I won't. Yes," she shouts, "you will," slamming her hand down onto a desk, and silence falls in the immediate area. She pauses, then bursts into tears with her hands in her face. I don't bother saying anything further. I just walk out. What is there to say? I speak to one of my colleagues a little later that day, a guy called Rex. I ask him about the pool, and if he has any answers for me. "You just have to do it," he mutters, eyes downcast. "If you don't, then it'll fall to somebody else, right? How long has Francesca been working here? You like her, right?" I stutter in reply. "I mean, I don't know about that. How long has she been working here now, man?" "Well, about 11 months, I guess." 11 months. Yeah, that's right. Rex doesn't say another word. He just rubs his wrist in thought. I look down and make the connection for the first real time. That is the exact same place as Kate's. It's of 3 eyes positioned next to each other. 3. I mean to ask him about it, but he just claps me on the back and strides away. So, a week passes and I find myself again at the top of those gloomy stairs, the ones descending down into the red shade. I scratched my arm in thought, paused, considering. Is my job really worth it? I think to myself. Is it worth it to go back down to that awful place? "You're joking, right?" comes the rebuttal. "It's 2 hours of sitting on your ass. 2 hours and you get to keep one of the best jobs you've ever had. You like it here. You've just been given a raise. It's 2 hours in a red room. Man up and get the hell down." Fine, I think to myself, steadily descending the tiled stairs. But there's something else going on here. Something not right. And I'll find out what it is. Kate barely looks me in the eyes these days. Something's seriously up with her, and it's scaring me. I take a deep breath as the levels of light lower and shift to a more total, foreboding red. I step down onto the damp tiled floor of the lowermost level and walk cautiously through the arch and into the pool room. As before, entirely empty. One pool with 7 off-shooting rivers that run through tunnels in the tile, leading away through the dark. And the lifeguard chair, waiting patiently for my arrival. I head over and climb on it. Sitting with a small sigh and my hands clasped, I look out over the face of the water. Dark. Black. It swallows the feeble red light and softly churns, demanding more, perhaps. I stare at the water, waiting and willing the time to go faster. Until I zone out. Movement. I am shocked from my careless dozing by what I assume to be movement in the water. In a panic, I grip the sides of the chair and lean forward, eyes wide and staring at the very center of the pool. My heartbeat suddenly rapid and painful. I wait, and I watch, waiting for confirmation of what it is I saw, hoping beyond hope that it was nothing more than my imagination. I stare at the spot in the pool for a minute or more, and just as my heart is beginning to slow and I'm allowing myself to relax, I see it again. It's subtle, but it's there. A small splash in the water, a ripple and a churn. "Damn," I mumble, then a little louder. "Damn it, damn it, damn it." It's just a filter perhaps, bubbling from the bottom of the pool. But, as if in response to this thought, the splash comes again, and I watch in cold horror as the water rises and steam drifts from the pool's surface. A long dark shape slithers its way through the red shadow towards me, then slinks back down and into the deep. Screw this. I have 10 minutes left on the clock by my count, but I'm done. I'm out. I leap from the lifeguard chair and stagger my way across the slippery poolside tile, back through the arch to the steamy underground back rooms and up the stairs and into the complex, racing through corridor after corridor. Kate is still here tonight, it seems. I find upon my arrival at her office, red-faced and breath shallow. "What the hell is this, Kate?" I shouted at her. Tell me what the hell is going on?" "You think I wanted this?" she mutters in a low voice, leaning forwards. She doesn't seem surprised by my outburst in the slightest. "You think I wanted to be a part of this hell, Dan?" She scratches at the V tattoo she has on her wrist. "We do our duty as lifeguards." "As lifeguards?" I allow myself a laugh and throw out my hands. "This is insane. Tell me, Kate, what exactly is in the pool below our complex?" She looks at me, then looks at her watch. "You left your position early," she says. "No one is watching the pool." "No one is watching the—" I begin, incredulous. Then I stop, close my eyes, and take a breath. "Kate," I say to her, "I quit." And without another word, I turn and stride from her office. I leave the complex behind, shivering in the snow, and despite how much I used to love my job, I intend to never return. I intend. That night, I suffer from terrible, terrible nightmares. In them, I find myself struggling to breathe, coughing and spluttering, my lungs filling up with putrid, dark water as I scrabble for the surface that only ever gets further and further away. Its direction keeps changing, and I'm being watched. They're watching me through the water. I lose count how many times I awake during the night, and by 5 a.m. I'm too terrified to return to sleep. I spend the next day seeking new employment, but that night the dreams are the same, if not worse. The next night they come back, renewed, and the night after that. I find myself unable to stay awake during the day. The dreams find me at any hour. I'm too exhausted to cook proper meals. I stop trusting myself to drive my car. And when I can take it no more, I am right back in Kate's office, disheveled and desperate. And I ask her, how do I make them stop? How do I stop the dreams? She stands and steps over to me. She draws me into a hug. Just do your job, she says softly. You're a lifeguard. Then she says, I'm sorry, Dan. I'm so sorry. There is no other way. So, I return to my job. Once a week, I do my shift in that awful, monstrous, subterranean pool. Sometimes the water remains still. Sometimes the nights are entirely uneventful. And sometimes I see shapes slithering around in the darkness, disrupting the pool surface. And my greatest fear remains that one day, one of the things in the water is going to clamber up onto the tile, and I will not be able to summon the constitution to escape. The nightmares only come the night before my shift these days, and they are not as intense. But I can handle that. I can deal with it. They are only as heavy as is needed, I suppose, to remind me to do my duty, to do my job, to watch the water, week after week. My duty goes on. How long do I have to do this? I ask Kate. I ask Rex. I ask the others who have been here longer than myself, but none of them give me an answer. And one day something happens that is worse than my greatest fear, worse than one of the things in the darkness climbing up into the light. And it's so predictable. I can't believe I didn't see it coming. So classically, painfully obvious that I consider myself an idiot for not preparing for it sooner. I am forced to do my job as a lifeguard, because one terrible night, I see a boy in the water. It begins as any other. I'm uncomfortable and scared as I sit in my chair, as I watch the water quietly churn and listen to the pipes above me hiss and rumble. Perhaps it's going to be another quiet night, I hope, preemptively. Perhaps there'll be no disturbances tonight. And that's when I see him. That's when I see the boy. A kid. A human boy just drifting through one of the tunnels, down one of the rivers and into the center of the pool, paddling and pulled along by an impossible current, one that I cannot see. "Help!" he cries out, and I can see the fear on his face, washed in red. "Dad? Dad, where are you?" I can't believe what I'm seeing. "Hey," I shout. "Hey kid, over here." But the boy does not react to my voice. He simply looks all around himself, spinning in a circle, calling out for his father. "Dad, where are you?" His voice echoes around the tarred walls as the deep red light shimmers across the face of the water. "Kid, hey kid." I try blowing my whistle. He does not react. I jump down from the chair to the tile and wave my arms, but the kid just can't see me. It's as if he's looking right through me when he turns my way, and the poor little lad starts to cough. He's swallowing mouthfuls of water, and he splutters and chokes. His strokes become more erratic as he keeps on calling for help. He is drowning, and the only one who can save him is me. My blood runs cold as I see further disturbances in the water at the far edges, dark and slithering shapes, and Kate's voice blares like a siren through my head. "Do your job. As a lifeguard, you must do your job." Time seems to slow a little. I watch as the boy starts struggling for real, as he begins to dip below the water, splashing and crying out for help. For help. But of course, I'm the only one who can hear him. I grit my teeth. With jaws set, my blood, once cold, now surging, fires me up with a blast of adrenaline. I take a long step forwards, then another. It feels slow, but I'm moving fast. I can tell. I follow procedure without even realizing. 3 quick blasts of the whistle, and I've shot myself forwards from the edge of the pool. I'm diving forwards, leaping from the edge and out towards the darkness of the unknown. The boy is just a few feet ahead. He draws closer and closer, and I hit the water with a great splash, and a rush of bubbles burst up past my ears. For a moment, I'm trapped in time. I'm adrift in the void, lost and alone in the watery darkness. The pool is impossibly, unfathomably deep. I cannot see the bottom. Something massive and slow lurks far below me, a shadowed thing that writhes with motions like the waves of a dark sea against the bitter shore. And I know that whatever it is can see me. All around in the water, the slithery shapes draw close. Time returns to its regular speed, and I burst up for air and power through the darkness towards my target, towards the boy, lost, alone, and in need of help. "I've got you," I splutter as I shake off the void and grab him beneath the arms. Immediately turning, I power my way towards the edge, with the boy trembling and shaking behind me, arms and legs pumping as fast as I am able, though I cannot lose that terrible feeling of being flanked by the things in the water, getting closer and closer, closer and closer. I do not know what would happen if they were to reach me, but they do not. Not today, at least. I reach the edge, and with a roar of strength, I bring round the boy, and holding him to my chest, I clamber clumsily up and onto the side. I roll away from the edge of the pool, still clutching him as I try to put as much distance between us and the water as I am able. Shooting a look back reveals those menacing dark shapes slink quietly back into the depths, and I come to an exhausted halt, looking down at the boy and moving to help him sit up as I catch my breath. But there is no boy. Not anymore. Just a boy-sized shape comprised entirely of water. And the second that I comprehend this fact, the water acts as one would expect it to. It just melts right through my hands, splashing down across the tiles and washing over and away. As solid and then formless. Gone. Still panting, I push myself up to the wall. I rest myself against it, soaked, and I just sit there for a while, processing, trying to think, to put it all together, and failing. Feeling a subtle itch on my wrist, I look down, and there, forming before my eyes beneath the pool's red glow, is an eye. A thin, dark Roman numeral 1. It looks just like a tattoo. What does it mean? I ask Kate upon the completion of my shift. I stand before her, bedraggled and afraid at the complex entrance. I had to rush out to catch her before she left. The snow barrels down and the Arctic wind burns my wet skin. But I don't care. Not in this moment. The lights through the complex doors behind me send my shadow out long across the snow and illuminates Kate's face and shines in her eyes. Eyes that look sadly back into mine. The wind sends the tails of her coat billowing out to the side. What does it mean? I shout above the gale, showing her my wrist, and she draws down her sleeve to reveal her own. The V, the Roman numeral 5. 7 souls, she whispers in a voice I can barely hear. 7 rivers, 7 tunnels, and 7 souls to be saved. And then we can be free. I don't understand. Kate, please. 7 souls, Daniel, she says as she looks back up at me, in a voice rich with sorrow, an apology with warning and with hope. Save 7 souls, and your duty is done. We are the sentinels, and the lives are ours to guard. Without another word, she turns and walks away and into the storm. When I was a little girl, I had a strange friend that I believed I'd made up, until about an hour ago. My father and mother were out of the house a lot when I was a child. It never occurred to me then that we were poor, but looking back, I realised that we must have been. Mom worked 2 jobs, serving in a restaurant and driving a bus for the school. Dad worked in a fishing market during the day so he could attend night school in the evenings. Both of them would come home very late and flop down for a few hours before they had to do it again. They were never cruel to us, they just didn't have the time for my older brother and me. Mom and Dad got together in high school, and Mom's senior class photos show the swell of her belly as she carried my brother. They were parents before they were more than children themselves, and with no real skills, they had to take whatever jobs they could get to keep food on the table. For the first 10 years of my life, there wasn't a lot of happiness. There were no Christmas mornings, there weren't a lot of birthday presents, and I lacked the parental involvement that a lot of my peers seemed to have. This was what probably led me to create Mr. Gozo. My brother was supposed to be watching me after school. I've talked about my brother a little bit, but I don't think I've told you much about him. He was 8 years older than me, a senior in high school who was supposed to be my caretaker while my parents were at work. This usually translated to him in his room with the door closed, or him leaving the house and telling me not to answer the door or go outside. This meant that I spent a lot of time alone as a child, but I much preferred the times he left me alone. My brother was more than a neglectful babysitter. He could be pretty mean and seemed to delight in tormenting me. If he was gone, then it was just me and Mr. Gozo with the house to ourselves. Mr. Gozo was a friend that I discovered living in my house one day. He was tall, taller than my dad even, and had a strange whispery voice that always used to make me laugh. He wore grown-up clothes, a long coat, and a pair of suit pants with square-toed cowboy boots sticking from underneath them. His head was round and pale, His eyes always seemed a little too big for his face, and he didn't have any ears, which I found very funny as a kid. His smile was my favourite thing about him, because it reminded me of the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland. Something else about him that always reminded me of that cat was that he would disappear whenever anyone else was around. One minute we would be having a tea party or playing hide and seek, and the next my brother would come home and he would just vanish. I told my parents about Mr. Gozo, but they only smiled and said it was good that I had such an active imagination. My brother just said I was a little freak and to stay out of his way. Mr. Gozo did not like my brother. "He is a brute and he knows nothing of imagination," he said in that buzzy, cultured sort of voice he had. Gozo and I played a lot, but I remember his favourite game was hide and seek. He could never beat me though. I was an excellent hider, and he would clump around for a while before finally saying I'd won, and I would burst out and wrap my arms around his leg. Despite never winning, he always seemed to want to play. He seemed to like chasing me through the house, and when I think back on those days now, I see how lucky I was to never learn anything to the contrary. You see, Mr. Gozo would always make these bets before we started playing hide and seek. He would promise me things. "If I can't find you, then I will make you whatever you want to eat," or "If you win, you can watch whatever you want on TV, no matter what it is," or something like that. But then he would always follow it up by saying, "But if I win, you have to come back to my house to play." I would always agree. I was 10 and very good at hiding. When I say he never found me, I mean he never found me. I would hide under things that were too hard for him to lift or hide in places he was too tall to climb into. I would camouflage myself with blankets and pillows, and I could remain absolutely still for quite some time. Mr. Gozo would try his hardest, stomping around while his two big eyes roving everywhere. Eventually, he would just give up and tell me I'd won. He always made good on his promises too. I'd watch Sailor Moon or Powerpuff Girls in the middle of the night, long after Cartoon Network stopped showing cartoons, and I've eaten chocolate ice cream and pizza when we barely had groceries in the house. Much like Mr. Gozo though, if my brother came home early, he couldn't see the food or the show or the new toy Mr. Gozo had given me. I would turn back to find an empty plate or a staticky TV, and Mr. Gozo nowhere to be found. Mr. Gozo would play anything I wanted, but he asked to play hide and seek at least once a day. If I said I didn't want to, he never pushed the issue. He also never let losing deter him from playing. It appeared that whatever he wanted to do with me at his house could wait. He was a perfect companion for a lonely child. I never saw his more sinister side. Until I looked back after the incident. Not until hide and seek, when I lost my brother. It was late, probably after 11 o'clock, and Mr. Gozo and I were playing hide and seek as we had been for most of the day. I kept stumping him, even after hours of playing, but this looked like the time he might finally win. I was hiding beneath the couch cushions, compressing myself into a divot under the middle cushion where the springs were sagging. I could see him searching from under a small gap in the cushion, and Mr. Gozo was looking desperately for me. He had lost 8 times in a row, and I saw that his patience was starting to deteriorate. He was pushing things aside, rustling the curtains, and pushing the pillows off the couch roughly as he searched for me. As the pillows hit the floor, I must have moved slightly, because he turned those much too expressive eyes back to the couch. They zeroed in on the cushion, and I knew that Gozo was about to win one. He wrapped his long, sinuous fingers around it, grinning as he prepared to lift it up, and I tried to stifle a laugh as I prepared to be found. Just then, keys rattled in the door, and I saw Mr. Gozo turn his head to look. I looked too, and when I turned back, Mr. Gozo had disappeared. My brother walked into the living room then, and as I climbed out from under the couch, I could smell him before I saw him. He'd come home like this a few times, smelling sour and like the chemicals Mum kept under the sink, and he sighed in disgust as he looked at the house. I hadn't expected he would be back so soon, and and Mr. Gozo had been a little rough in his searching the last few times. There were pillows and blankets on the ground, the curtains were open, books were scattered around the shelf, and the magazines were on the floor. The living room was messy, and as I climbed from the couch, he asked me what the hell I'd done. "Nothing," I said timidly. "Mr. Gozo and I were playing hide and seek." My brother rolled his eyes. "Mr. Gozo, Mr. Gozo, Mr. Gozo." He slurred the name as he said it, stumbling a little as he flopped onto the couch. "I'm so sick of hearing about that stupid freak. Clean up this crap before Mom and Dad get home and yell at me for it." I started picking up, feeling him watch me as I moved around. He was acting weird, weirder than usual, and he was making me uncomfortable as he sat staring on the couch. I cleaned up the books, the magazines, and put the blankets back on the quilt rack and closed the curtains. As I went to put the pillows on the couch, I looked into his eyes and saw something I hadn't seen there before. It wasn't love. I knew what it looked like, but it was different from anything else I'd ever seen. I didn't like it, and when he caught my wrist and pulled me towards him, I squirmed and tried to get away. "Let go," I said, trying to keep the whine out of my voice. If I whined, it would only egg him on. "Don't be such a party pooper." I could smell the punch and brew. "Come sit with your big brother." I struggled, pulling against him. He was acting weird, and my brain screamed at me that I did not want him to get his hands on me. I looked around, looking for Mr. Gozo for help, and I saw him peeking from the hallway. His expressive face told me that he wanted to help, but that he didn't know how. There seemed to be a sort of duality about him, a want to help his friend, but a knowledge that such a thing would be unwise. My brother swore at me, yanking on my arm. "Just like the girl at the party," he mumbled, yanking hard and almost pulling me off my feet. Suddenly, though, I knew how to get him to stop. There was a way that Gozo could help. "I can't play with you right now. I'm playing with Mr. Gozo, and he'll get mad if we don't finish our game." I saw him sneer, but I could see something else there too. My brother pretended he wasn't a little weirded out by Mr. Gozo, but I could tell that the idea of an invisible friend kind of freaked him out. He'd seen the pictures I drew of him, and I couldn't help but notice the shudder they elicited in him sometimes. When he was wobbly like he was tonight, he was especially nervous about Mr. Gozo, and I decided to take advantage of that to get away. His grip tightened though, and he told me that, "You've played with him long enough. Why don't you play with me?" I shook my head. "Mr. Gozo will get mad. I have to finish my game." I turned back to look at the hallway and saw him shaking his head, begging me not to go on. But I pressed my luck. "But if you played with us and finished the game, then I'd be done, and we could play, I guess?" I tried to stay calm, but he made me nervous, his sweaty hands making my skin crawl. My brother looked thoughtful for a moment and let my arm slip out of his hand. "Okay, one more game with Mr. Gozo, right?" His smile made me want to run into the night and never come back. "Right. You hide, and I'll hide, and Mr. Gozo counts. Go hide so he doesn't find you." My brother got up, wobbling a bit, and went down the hall to hide. I turned to go hide too, and that's when I heard Mr. Gozo's voice. "Please don't do this. You could just come with me. He can't hurt you where we are going." I turned around and saw Mr. Gozo towering over me, his eyes looking sorrowful and his mouth held in a frown. "Count to 100, Mr. Gozo. If you find me first, I'll go with you, but if you find him first, he has to go with you." We just looked at each other for a count of 10 before he put his hands over his eyes, and I went off to hide. I went into the kitchen, having a perfect place in mind, as I heard Gozo's count reach 15. I opened the cabinet beneath the sink and squeezed in, not sure I'd still fit. I'd found this spot once, seeing the smaller space beside it once you hide under the sink, and marked it for future use. I knew it would be too small for Mr. Gozo or my brother to squeeze into, and they would have a hard time seeing me in the little space between the drawers and wall. I squeezed in there, pulling the drawers back as I inadvertently nudged them and pressed myself as flat as I could against the wall. Even if my brother got bored and came to find me, he'd never find me here. I breathed very shallowly and stifled my gasps as I heard Gozo's count reach 100. Then, the game began. It started out normally, Gozo seeking and me hiding. He checked beneath things, he checked under things, but the gravity of the game began to shift very quickly. Gone was the playful task as he tried to find me. Gone was the careful way he looked. Now he was shoving things over and pushing them around, and it sounded like he was tearing the house apart. He moved into the kitchen, glasses breaking and things on the counter being pushed into the floor. This wasn't like him. Why was he acting like this? I shivered in my hiding place, waiting to be found, or for him to move on. I heard the table flip over, the face of the microwave shatter as it hit the ground, and the floor groan as the refrigerator was pulled over, its guts spilling everywhere. Mr. Gozo called my name, his normally happy voice cracking with sorrow and anger. I wanted to go to him then, wanted to wrap my arms around him and comfort my friend, but I didn't dare leave my cubby. I would stay hidden all night if I needed to. A part of me now feared Gozo as much as I feared my brother. "Come out," he bellowed. "Come out, it's not too late, you can still—" "What the hell is going on in here?" I heard my brother yelling. I could almost picture him in the doorway to the kitchen, and as I eased out of the cubby and moved a shaking hand towards the door to the cabinet, I heard Gozo's heavy boots as they stepped towards him. My brother asking who he was and what the hell he was doing in our house. He was slurring and shouting. Gozo was silent as a grave as he walked towards him. I pushed the corner of the cabinet open just a little bit, looking out the crack and seeing two long legs as they walked towards my suddenly scared brother. I wasn't looking between his ankles as he walked. He had been so close to my hiding spot that he might have heard the silverware shivering in the drawers if I'd started shaking any harder. "My name is Mr. Gozo, and I believe that you have been found." My brother screamed as Mr. Gozo blocked him from sight, and I pulled myself back into the cubby and sat shuddering as he went right on, yelling in terror. I stayed there until my parents came home an hour later and called the police. They had many questions, the police and my parents. I told them that I had been playing with Mr. Gozo when my brother came home. He was acting weird, so I said he should play hide and seek with us so I could hide from him. He was trying to get me to do things that made me feel weird, so I hid, and then Mr. Gozo had wrecked the house looking for me. When my brother came to see what all the noise was about, Mr. Gozo had taken him away, and I had hidden in my spot while he screamed. The police clearly didn't understand what I was talking about with all the Mr. Gozo stuff, but they just shook my heads when he asked my parents if they had a son. "No, she's always been an only child. I could have sworn we called a sitter for her since we would be home late. Didn't you hire a sitter?" Dad asked Mom. Mom just shook her head. "I thought you had." They both, however, had this dreamy look in their face, confusion mixed with embarrassment, like when you walk into a room and forget what you came in for. It probably seemed weird to you that I kept calling my brother by his title and not his name. It's because, as I saw my parents looking so confused, I realized I didn't know his name either. I remembered that I had a brother, in that vague way that you remember when you were 6, you had a pet, but not precisely what happened to it. I couldn't remember his name. He was gone from all our family photos. His name was gone from any journal entry or class assignment I wrote it on, and no one remembers him at all. It was as though he never existed, and even now, I can't remember what he looked like, or what his voice sounded like. I only remembered that he existed, and now he was gone. I often wonder if that's what would have happened to me if Mr. Gozo had caught me. The police had a lot of questions after that, and it was finally agreed upon that I'd been the victim of a break-in and hidden from the intruders. They hadn't found me, so they had left after a while, and I was extremely lucky. The police agreed to check the house but found nothing. My parents said they would check the valuables, but never reported anything missing. Mr. Gozo had only taken one thing, but they couldn't remember that it existed. They sent me to bed, telling me to get some sleep while they cleared up the mess and that's when I saw Mr. Gozo for the last time. I was lying in bed that night, listening to my parents talk about how they needed to be more careful about leaving someone here with me, when I suddenly felt his eyes on me. I rolled over to see his sad face, his heavy eyes full of sorrow, and his too big mouth turned down in a frown. I also saw the speckles of blood on his normally clean coat, and the small, hesitant smile lying just below the surface as he gauged my reaction to him. "Go away, Mr. Gozo," I said quietly. "I don't want to play with you anymore." "I made him go away. I made him stop hurting you. I showed you what I was so that you could be safe. And now you want me gone?" he whispered. I rolled over, looking at him and yelling, "Go away, Gozo." "Say it again then. Say it thrice, and I'll never darken your door again." "Go away, Mr. Gozo," I almost whispered, hearing my parents stop talking downstairs. He evaporated like a fine mist, and I never saw him again. I'm grown up now, married with a girl of my own, and I hadn't thought about Mr. Gozo until a few hours ago. I was putting away laundry when I found my 4-year-old hiding in a towel closet. Emily apparently got her father's hiding genes, I suppose, because a blind man could have found her hiding under that pile of towels. She squealed as I found her, but then looked grumpy and told me to close the door before he found her. "Who?" I asked, smiling as I lifted her into my arms. "Mr. Gozo," Emily said, and my blood ran cold. She took me to a room when I asked who that was and showed me pictures. He was wearing the same long coat and straight black pants, and she even drew the square-toed boots that stick out from beneath them. She captured his face in a way that I never could as a child. His pale, oval face, his almost cartoonishly large eyes, his smiling mouth and pointy teeth, and his distinct lack of ears. His head is still shaven, but she's drawn him with a large top hat, an eye floating in the middle. The eye is blue. Were my brother's eyes maybe blue? She's in my room with me right now, whining because she can't finish a game with Mr. Gozo. Sometimes I feel like I can see him out of the corner of my eye as I write this, his smile wide and predatory. I don't know what to do. I can see Emily talking to him in the mirror, his two large forms sitting on the bed as he listens to her. Every now and again, though, I see those two big eyes as they glance over at me, knowing me and seeing me for who I am. I want to take my daughter and run, but I don't know how he will react to such a move. Perhaps I can offer him one last game. Perhaps I can give him what he always wanted. Perhaps I can save my daughter, as my big brother inadvertently saved me all those years ago. I have to try, don't I?
This happened when I was around 9 or 10. I was staying the night at my friend Catherine's for the first time. We met the summer before and were inseparable ever since. Kat lived in this old 2-story house surrounded by woods and dirt road. The house itself gave me an uneasy feeling when I first saw it. The shutters were falling off. The paint on the house seemed to be fading. It was an old piece of crap now that I think about it, but at the time I was nervous and excited. I remember walking in after I stared at the house for what seemed like 20 minutes. Surprisingly, the inside was a lot nicer than the outside, so I pushed that uneasy feeling down and just shrugged it off as nerves. I remember the smell of the house. I can't pinpoint it, but it was different, like walking into a musty room. I started to walk around just to explore my surroundings, but I noticed Kat's mom watching me. I simply smiled and waved, but she just stood there staring at me wide-eyed. I've never met her before, but why was she looking at me like that? Suddenly, Kat flew around the corner and tackled me. We both fell and started to giggle. I noticed Kat's mom out of the corner of my eye start to turn around and walk off. She was gone, just like that. Fast forward a couple hours. Kat and I are laying on a beanbag in her room watching Children of the Corn, which, by the way, was one of my favorite movies at the time. I grew up watching horror movies, mostly Stephen King or any movie my mom was watching. Not her decision, mine, because I love the feeling that a good horror movie gives you. She felt the same way, and that's why we clicked so much. Back to the story. We were sitting here watching this movie, and suddenly the door opposite us slams closed. We both jumped, giggled, and brushed it off because, well, we were kids. Until the second time, when it creaked open and slammed again, not even seconds after the first time. Now I'm sitting there staring at this door, trying to figure out how in the hell it's opening and closing by itself. In the midst of all that, the only other person in this house is her mom, who I figured out earlier was just a tad bit creepy. "You think it's just your mom?" I asked her, but she shook her head. "You sure?" I asked again, but she said something that gave me chills, and still gives me chills, just telling this story. "My mom isn't home, it's just me and you, silly." I just stare at her while she's staring at me, trying to wrap my head around what she had just told me. "Where is your mom?" I asked her. "She's at work." I giggled, thinking that she was just trying to trick me. "She is at work. She only works for a couple hours, so she leaves me here because she trusts me." At this point, I'm just looking at her, and she noticed this look of concern on my face. "What's wrong?" she asked. "If your mom is at work, then who was that lady looking at me earlier?" As I said this, we heard what seemed like footsteps at the time, but thinking about it now, it sounded like shuffling in one spot above us. I'm completely terrified at this point. Every hair on my neck is standing on end, and I just want to leave. I start to get up when Kat pulled me back down and asked me if I had heard the noise. I nodded. It was silent again until the footsteps were back, but louder and faster. We both gazed up at the ceiling and she grabbed my hand. "This happens every day," she whispered. I look over at her and can truly see the fear on her face. The footsteps stopped and she looked at me, her face flushed white. "Is there an attic?" I asked. She pointed up toward the ceiling. "Well, maybe it's just squirrels or birds," I kept thinking over and over. "You ever notice when you're really quiet? That's when you can hear almost everything around you. Imagine if you're sitting in a house with your best friend alone at 10 years old and you hear the giggle of a 3-year-old child. Mind you, she has no younger brothers or sisters. We were completely alone. Kat was just as scared as I was. I remember thinking that I just wanted to get out of the house. Just grab her and run out the door. At least we would feel safer and less scared outside than we would in. "Want to hear a story?" Kat asked, pulling my mind back to reality. I nodded. "Well, this house used to be a daycare. There was this lady that would watch the kids, and one day she just locked them in the attic and then hung herself from a rope in the kitchen. They all died because the kids were hungry and thirsty and no one found them for months. In this house." My heart started to pound. My eyes were wide with fear. "It's true," she said. "I've seen them, the little kids, every day. But I never saw the lady, but you have. Earlier." After she told me this, I don't remember much else aside from running out the door of her room and making it outside that house. Kat followed, begging me to stay, but I just had to leave. My stomach felt like it was in knots. I felt like I had walked into a horror movie myself, and just wished that this day had never happened. Fast forward to years later. That was the last day that I had seen or heard from Kat. I remember her always coming to play outside at my dad's during the day. I remembered what she looked like. I remembered meeting her parents and seeing them out in public. I'm now 27, and I can't seem to find any proof that she even existed. All my friends that I was friends with then, I'm still friends with now, even after all these years. But why not her? I drove by that house maybe 15 times, and still wonder if maybe she was just one of the ones that never made it out. I was at Fort Sill for basic training. Every night we took turns doing the fire guard. It's basically where 2 soldiers rotate every hour to watch the door and make sure that everyone stays in bed. There were 4 barracks bays. Ours, the female bay, was upstairs and across the hall from a male bay, but we used separate stairwells. So us females and drill sergeants were the only ones using this center stairwell. The drill sergeants would come up to check on us periodically. The doors were heavy and loud. We could clearly hear when they went into the bay across the hall. Every now and then, we would hear footsteps come all the way up the stairs and stop. Neither of the doors would be open, and we'd never hear them go back down. We even heard objects rolling down the stairs. You could hear them hitting every individual step as they went down. It was so scary. After lights out, everyone had to stay in bed. We had to let the fire guard know if we were going to be getting up to go to the bathroom, and no showering was allowed after that time. There were times that we would hear people talking in the bathroom in the middle of the night, and sometimes we would hear the showers going. We would go to look because we would all get in trouble if someone was up making noise, but no one was ever in there. I should also mention that the lights are motion sensed. So we would walk in and the lights would turn on, meaning that a physical person hadn't been walking around in there for at least a few minutes. Our beds were all in rows and lined up. One night we all got woken up by a scream right next to our row of beds. All of us sat up at the same time, freaked out, and looked at each other. We couldn't figure out where it came from. This was in 2019 at Fort Pickett during our annual summer training. We were in the field, which is basically like camping in tents. There was a large, open field where the medical tent was, and then our personal tents were back in the tree line. There were a few nights where people were woken up by something shaking their tents, whispering their names, or vivid nightmares. Some even saw figures standing outside their tents. Some people had dreams that they were woken up only to be in another dream. I was with another sergeant in a 2-person tent far off to the edge of the group. One night, I heard footsteps all around our tent, almost circling it. It was as if a whole platoon was walking past us very slowly. But our medical area was so far away from all of the other training areas, and as far as I knew, no one was out training at 2 a.m. Period. This last one happened at Fort Indian Town Gap. My ex used to tell me while he was sleeping that he saw a man or figure standing next to the bed or in the corners of the room. He often saw a man with a mustache, specifically. I don't know who that could have been, but anyway, fast forward to another annual training and we had some free time one day, so most of us decided to go back and take a nap in the barracks. The girl in the bunk next to me was asleep for about an hour when she woke up and asked me if she had been screaming. I said, "No, you didn't say anything the whole time, you were just asleep." She said that she had just had sleep paralysis and thought that she was awake. In her awake dream, she was in the same barracks with all of us, but we were all staring at her. But the thing that got me, she said that there was a man with a mustache standing next to my bunk. He was bent over and was the only person looking at me instead of her. She's a complete skeptic, and I had never told her about what my ex saw. A few months back, really closer to a year ago, a friend of mine suggested that we do something interesting with our night for once. He told me about how he had been to one of the city's cemeteries after dark a few times, and that it terrified him, but in that sort of way that makes it worthwhile. I was a little against it at first, because the cops like to check on the area often, and there was no way we were going to be walking into the graveyard sober. Of course, however, my mind changed when we got to talking. "You know about the witch?" He started cracking a grin. "I think so." I had heard very little. "Remind me, just in case." "So there's supposed to be this witch or ghost or some crap, and I know right where the grave is." Jesus, alright. I don't know exactly what I believe, but I know that the place is messed up. He paused, thinking hard. I said, I honestly don't believe in anything, but a dark graveyard is scary anyway. Definitely need to check it out sometime if we don't get to it tonight. He popped up with, oh man, I just remembered there are these dead kids. What? There's a bunch of graves together for this one family, and a bunch of them are these kids. That spot is extra creepy. They're all old as hell, from like the 1800s or something. Well, I guess we gotta go see all of it. We pulled into the lot when the sun was setting and decided to smoke a little bit in the car since we had time anyway. As we smoked, the whole place emptied out, and we were the only ones in sight. By this point, we were at a comfortable level of dissociative perfection, so we brought just a little bit of it with us. And, of course, my pack of cigarettes, which is no longer a habit of mine, but at the time was a means for managing stress. So, off we went, with a bit of sun still shining and one single truck riding through the cemetery. We figured it would be good to wait for the truck to leave, assuming it was a worker watching for any unwanted guests. Although they had left the gates wide open, we were a little unsure of the legality of being around after dark, and a little bit uneasy about some psycho employee ratting on us and getting us caught with what we had. After about 10 minutes and 3 or 4 rounds of the truck passing by, we figured it would be smart to just go ahead and hide wherever we were if he passed by us again. We made our way down the main hill that leads into the center of the cemetery, and we noticed a chill that seemed to pass as we entered the real part. I passed it off as a weird current made by the creeks and the cooler air in that area, but a part of the primal fear that remained in the back of my mind made me question my devotion to reality. There were a few times where we had to hide behind a tree as the truck made its way back around, and then we would make a few more minutes of progress. As we began to become too close to sober, we imbibed a bit more. Another 30 minutes or so passed, and we had decimated almost our entire on-hand supply. We also had no clue where we were. As we wandered along the dark, winding roads, we started to get concerned about our phone batteries. His phone was worse off than mine, being near dead already, although mine was hardly doing better. After deciding to keep them in our pockets for the time being, the dark and discomforting silence started to make both of us paranoid. It was, of course, a bit heightened by our habits. We also noticed something else that was upsetting. We had started to go around in circles. As we realized this, I had the first real wave of fear for that night come rushing over me. I could swear that someone was inside one of the mausoleums with their face just barely out of view and moving around in the shadows. Dude, do you see that? On instinct, I grabbed for my inhaler. What? What the hell are you talking about? My friend said. In that, right there. I looked toward the window rather than pointing. I swear to Christ, I just saw someone in there. I saw the shadow of a face. My friend brushed me off. You're just freaked out because you smoked too much. It's nothing. Come on, we need to get to the witch, and then we can get the hell out of here. You still want to go see that? Well, yeah. If you don't want to, that's cool, but I'm gonna. I mean, alright, I'm cool with doing that, but I'm just getting a little out of it. About 3 cigarettes and another hour later, we heard something unnerving. At first, we assumed that it was a bunch of drunk teenagers, based on the volume and range of noises being made. Walking further, we found a sign for construction, and being high, we thought it made perfect sense that a group of construction workers must be around. You know, for some good nighttime, silent construction work. Then the voices began to get a bit too quiet for our comfort. We booked it, barreling in no real direction, and somehow ending up at the place. Here it is, my buddy exclaimed. This is it? I looked to a massive circle of tall, dry grass. Is it in the middle of this? No, man, he replied. It's way in the back. Come on, I'll show you. I put another cigarette to my mouth with a slight tremble in my hand and followed him through the pitch black and to a large stone structure in a patch of dirt. It was the family he had mentioned, and it made my stomach turn. The cold, rushing wave of fear came back, but it was too late to change my mind. We walked onto the large stone slab and then around it. As we walked around it, he pulled his phone back out to read the headstones. I was nervous with his light being on at this point, after being near those people that we had seen. After a minute, he turned to me. "You want to see the really messed up part?" "Messed up how?" I asked. "The forgotten children. Their graves are back there down a skinny path." He motioned toward the trees. "You down?" "Well," I said, "I've got my smokes. Let's go." We looked at the graves, and my stomach turned, but I was unsure of why. I disliked the idea of dead kids, but my demeanor would never call for me to feel as sick as I did at that moment. Then my friend flipped his phone light back on to read off the names and dates. I started to really become anxious at that point, even voicing it. I scanned the woods, unable to see anything. My friend told me to just calm down, that the people we had seen had probably left by now. Then we heard a blood-curdling scream coming from the woods. At most, it was 50 feet away. It was an unusual scream, aggressive almost. It didn't sound as if someone were hurt, but more that they were threatening us. I was sure at the time that it was a woman, but the hopeful side of me likes to imagine that we just heard some animal. As we paced back down the path toward the stones at the base, I pulled a few cigarettes from my pocket and began to light them like crazy. This was pushed further by my friend stopping to read more stones, as we saw no one following us. Within 10 minutes he had had his fill, and we continued back into the main area. After even more walking, we passed a group of cars parked in a grass patch. We assumed they must have belonged to the group of people from earlier, but we began to wonder why more than 1 or 2 people would be there for so long. Then we got lost for real. Deep in the back of the property, we found the witch's spot, but nothing of interest, so we decided to head back. By now his phone had died, so we used mine to get a map up. We had 30 minutes of walking to get through to get to the car. Halfway back, we started hearing voices again, loud and brash. However, as we got closer, they got less energetic. I peered ahead and froze, grabbing my friend and shushing him. I could see 3 large shadows right down the path from us. I also forgot my phone screen was on, and heard something I'll never forget. "Wait," a deep voice murmured. "Do y'all see that?" "See what?" A second man joined in. "That, right there." The silhouette of his arm pointed directly to us. "That light." I slapped my phone screen against my torso, panicking in an attempt to turn it off. Both of us held our breath, staying still as statues while that group kept discussing. "Go check it out then," chimed a woman's voice. "Or are you too scared?" "Why don't you stay here and check it out while we leave?" "Oh, screw off," she teased, in a way that helped me think they were decent people. We started to shimmy toward the patch of graves to our side, hoping they would forget about us and leave like they had said. But then we saw what kind of people they really were. The first man hushed both of the others, and nearly gave me a heart attack. "Let's get 'em." Both men darted toward us, but we were out of sight by then, low to the ground by the hill that we had run across, hiding. We heard them making their way around the area, and we somehow circled behind them, making it out. Then we heard cars starting. For about 20 minutes, these psychos circled through the paths, looking for us, and it cost us another half-hour overall. Exhausted, we made our way to the entrance, with an empty cigarette box, an empty bag, and a little bit of paranoia. We got back to his place and spent at least another hour talking about how insane that all of it had been. And then we had a thought. A ridiculous but unnerving thought. What if we saw nothing at the witch's spot because she had been in the woods by the family? And then an even worse thought popped up. What if the scream wasn't aggressive like I thought, and those people had done something to someone right near us? Whatever really happened, I know one thing. I'm never going back there without a full group of friends and fully charged phones. I'm a corrections officer at a county jail in northwest Alabama. I work a 12-hour night shift from 1800 to 0600, 6 p.m. through 6 a.m. Most nights are calm and not much happens from 2200 through 0500, 10 p.m. through 5 a.m. And other nights, you're moving non-stop and police officers are constantly bringing people in. You have a lot of DUIs and junkies on the weekends, and then anything from an FTA to the occasional murder throughout the regular work week. Anyways, like I said, most nights are calm, meaning that hours feel like days, and sometimes a single shift can make you feel like you've been here for weeks. But sometimes, those calm nights are not really all that calm. We have 2 holding cells in the front of the jail used to house inmates that have been recently booked in, and are waiting to see the nurse for screening before going to Gen Pop. We have another room up front that we call the Pink Room, due to the walls and ceiling being painted a hot pink color because a former sheriff thought hot pink was a calming color. Everyone hates this room. It's our drunk tank, equipped with a camera for observation and a flushable drain in the floor for any liquids that might come out of someone, if you know what I mean. One night after lights out, when everyone was asleep, I heard a loud bang in one of the holding cells, like someone was hitting or kicking the door, which would have been a normal noise if anyone would have been inside one of them. But my partner and I had moved everyone out of the 2 holding cells just a few hours ago, and no one else had come in that night. I thought it might have been the guy we were keeping in the Pink Room for medical observation, but when I looked over at the monitor for the camera in there, he was sound asleep on his mat on the floor. I went over to the doors of the holding cells to investigate. I lifted the heavy curtains on the windows so that I could see into each one, but there was no sign of anything. I figured I was just hearing stuff since that noise is so commonly heard at all times of the day or night. I went back over to my desk and sat down. It was about 02:45 when I heard that noise, and it was completely silent until about 03:05. I started hearing the noise it makes when a door is unlocked from the control room. From the control room, you can unlock or open any door in the facility except for like 3 that you need an actual key for. There's a door right behind the desk that I sit at that leads to the kitchen and rec yard. That was the door that sounded like it was unlocked. I radioed my partner, who was in the control room, and asked if she had unlocked this door. She said that she hadn't touched the computer since I asked her to let me outside to vape like 2 hours ago. Again, I thought it was a common noise to be heard, the silence is playing tricks on me. But then I heard it again, except this time it sounded like the front door. I looked over at the monitors for the front door and saw nothing, but on the monitor for the Pink Room I could see the screen start to get fuzzy, like static. Then it was completely black for a few seconds. When the camera came back on, the inmate was sleeping in the exact same spot. But everything he had in there with him, his cup, shoes, blankets, was all scattered across the whole room. I would have heard him moving and throwing things, but it was completely quiet for those few seconds when the camera was black. After that, I decided I didn't want to be alone anymore. I went to sit with my partner and started telling her what was going on. After I told her about the doors unlocking and locking and about the guy's stuff in the Pink Room, she just laughed and said, "Must have been Christine." My partner has been working here for 5 years now. She told me that Christine was an inmate that had died in the old jail next door, and that the reason she haunts this jail is because the buildings are connected. She told me about numerous things that have happened while she was on shift, including actual sightings of the ghost she calls Christine. She said that Christine has gray hair down to her shoulders, and that she's wearing a nightgown. She also said that Christine can be seen walking down hallways on the cameras, inside the cells with her hands on the bars looking through them, and that sometimes you can see her face from the windows outside. I live in England in a 2-story flat, and I have always believed in the paranormal. But my dad does not believe in any type of ghost or anything supernatural. I never thought that this flat was haunted. However, as I got older, I started to feel uncomfortable by myself, and I saw shadows downstairs out of the corner of my eye. Now, there is an attic directly above our second floor, but there is no way for us to enter it, as you cannot access it from this flat. The only way to access this attic is by having a specific key that can open the attic, as it is council flats, which is above my neighbor's house. However, the attic above my flat is the only one which is blocked off, and there is no way to enter it. I have the last flat on the end of these 18 council flats. There are no neighbors above us, just the attic, which no one can access without that key, and they would still not be able to get above our flat. One night about 2 years ago, all of the family was in bed, and it was about 3 in the morning. All of a sudden, I heard something crash above. It was so loud that it woke all my family members up, and we all got up and stood on the landing together. After that bang, we heard 3 loud footsteps, and the sound of something being dragged behind these footsteps. It was so scary, as we know that nobody can physically get up there. My dad was not convinced that it was a ghost. He thought that somebody had somehow gotten into the attic, so he went outside to check if the communal attic door was opened. I followed him outside, and it was completely padlocked shut with heavy chains around the lock. I tried to explain to him, how can there be anyone up in our part of the attic when it's blocked off and impossible to get into? We came back into the house, and we were all quite shaken up. My brother was young, and was able to get to sleep, but I was awake all night. After this experience, I started to smell old cigarette smoke every time I would enter my toilet, and it was so stale and stagnant. After the event, me, my brother, and my mom were going away on holiday, whilst my dad had to stay there and work. He told me he slept with his headphones in every night, as even he felt uncomfortable by himself. As a family, we still have no idea what those noises were, and since then we have heard many strange things. My strange experiences started 4 years ago when I was in my room trying to sleep. It was 2 a.m. and I was bored out of my mind. I had a projector that showed me the time. Important. The anti-burglar alarm was on. My family was asleep. I sleep in a room next to the hallway door which leads to a living room. I heard the door open and the projector stopped working. It started working when I blinked. The day after that, it was around 2 a.m. again. I noticed something heavy sitting on me. It went away after a while. I had my head covered by my sheets, so I couldn't see what it was. Those days I saw shadow people out of the corner of my eyes. The worst one was when I was in the shower. I looked in front of me, and something pink just sped up in front of me in the air and vanished right into a wall. The happenings just went away after that, for a while. In the summer of 2017, I was sitting on my bed after lunch. I noticed the air around me felt thick and heavy, and I said, "Something bad will happen." It was August 17th, 2017. The day of the Barcelona terrorist attack. It was around 1500 hours when I said it. For some reason, those 2 hours until it happened felt like seconds. 2019. I'm back from my trip to Norway. I was taking a photo of a book that I had bought there when I saw a black orb while I was aiming at the book. I thought it was a sock. The ball vanished when I took the photo. A bit before going on my trip, I had been practicing soft combat with a few friends when part of the cardboard shovel I was hitting a friend with just vanished. No one else noticed. I had some more experiences with vanishing headphones and chargers, but nothing else. My most recent experience started a month ago, the day when high schools in Spain had to close because of the coronavirus. I was on my way home, and I had the bright idea of reading a prayer in a dark magic book that I own. A prayer against evil spirits. Bad idea. I own a few Solomonic books, and one of them warned against using black magic because the effect would be reversed. Since that day, strange things have happened to me. No shadow people, but what looks like shadow rabbits hopping into my walls. I see them out of the corner of my eye. I also saw a silver one. A huge crow vanishing into a tree. I mean huge, the size of a bike. A black iron bar floating near my window and then vanishing into a tree. I've also spotted what I think was a UFO. And they get weirder. 2 days ago, I was doing some work in my room and I saw a pair of shoes outside my window moving at a great speed. It was not my family. They were in the kitchen, quite far away. I checked again. No shoes. And just yesterday, my family heard me laughing in my room when I was working on something important and not laughing at all. I've been reading a book called Other Side Picnic about urban legends lately, so maybe it's affecting me. Another strange thing was the knocking on my window a few months ago. I heard it in my room and in the room where my parents sleep. It woke me up, but they didn't notice. It couldn't have been the wind. It was a calm day. It couldn't have been branches, as the trees are very far away. This incident happened to me when I was 14, and I've told the story and gone over it in my mind so many times exactly as it happened that it feels as if it were just yesterday. My uncle, 2 younger cousins, aunt, and I had gone up to the Rocky Mountains to have some fresh air and watch the stars. We went up a lot back then, when you were still allowed to at night. Now that park closes at 10, sadly, and our adventure such as this one ended about 3 months after this incident. Those 2 things are somehow inextricably linked in my mind. I can't help but wonder. We all 5 piled out of my uncle's AMC hatchback, a tight fit, and stood around the car on the side of the dark road talking about life and joking about Mothman. Betty, my aunt, was the first to hear a noise in the woods across the road to our left, but we dismissed it as an animal, and the adults and I, being older and in on the joke, tried to scare the kids. But a loud crash came from the woods, when no one had thrown anything. Nobody had gone over there, and I'd had my eyes on the whole group the entire time, which meant that none of us were laughing now. My uncle chuckled nervously. Let's get in the car. We got in silently. Something had changed. The wood was quiet except for the sound of the car itself toiling down the mountain, as something followed our car, moving the trees about 10 yards behind us on the driver's side where the mountains slanted down. Nothing but trees over here, I thought. What the hell could that thing be? Feeling the tension in the car, I took matters into my own hands and leaned out the back driver's side window intrepidly. It was still behind us, crashing through the trees and moving through the treetops, right after our car. My mind grew curious. Go faster, I urged my cousin Brian. He sped down the winding road, but the thing in the forest followed. I looked at the speedometer. 35. We could do this. Go faster, I said. It was keeping pace, but always just behind the car. I was livid that I could not catch a glimpse of whatever was big enough to make such a racket and bend the trees to its whim. I finally yelled at him to go faster, but again the thing kept up. Our tiny car was racing down the winding mountain road, sheer rock on one side of us, certain death on the other, our headlights the only things lighting the way down as we sped out the gate of the park, turned, and peeled down the paved road toward town. The kids were in tears. Brian nearly was too. Betty was silent. Something which, if you knew her, you'd know the gravity of the situation when she actually chooses to shut up. Brian was yelling back at me and asking me what that thing was as I crawled back into my seat and buckled up. No, I said dejectedly. I couldn't see a thing. Months later, I tried to talk to my family about the occurrence, and found that none of them even remembered it except Betty. They had blocked it out of their memories, I guess from sheer shock, the poor souls. Even to this day, my uncle and younger cousins don't even want to talk about it. Looking back now and having watched a lot of Bigfoot investigations since, it's a likely possibility that what I didn't see was a Sasquatch. However, there are things even weirder than that in this local area. When I was a kid, I lived in a one-story house that had a very small space that you could consider an attic. We didn't keep anything up there because it was such a small space. I don't even know where the entrance to it was, if there was one. But, and this started right as we moved in, after we would go to bed, I lived with my grandparents, I would start hearing footsteps up there. I knew they were footsteps because they would move in a rhythm and go from one end of the house to the other. I lived in that house from when I was 8 to 12 years old, and this happened every night. I repeatedly tried telling my grandparents about this, and they always said it was just the house settling. I was never able to sleep well as a kid, so while my grandparents would be asleep as soon as 8 p.m. struck, I would be lying awake in bed staring at the ceiling. It was always the most terrifying when the footsteps stopped right above me, like right over my bed, and then in a few seconds to minutes they would walk back to some other location up there. Nobody ever believed me that this was happening. My granddad had even found holes that had apparently been drilled in several of the walls, one in the bathroom, and he wrote it off as a previous owner running cables through the walls. Lived in that house for 4 years, and was convinced that someone was living in the ceiling above us and would become active when they thought that we had gone to sleep. I'll never forget that. It always happened at the same time of night, right after we went to bed. This was back in the late 90s to the early 2000s, so I don't know if there could have been cameras or something that they could have been watching us on, but they definitely knew when we went to bed. I'm still to this day convinced that someone was up there. Paranormal? I don't know. It's worth mentioning that one of the previous owner's kids did die in the house. They had a wolf-dog hybrid as a pet that mauled him in the living room. Anyway, I thought I'd share that because literally no one believed me, ever, to this day. But I know that footsteps are different from houses settling. This would go on into the wee hours of the morning, and I would usually finally pass out when the footsteps had gone off to a different part of the house. My unit in the U.S. Army was deployed to Iraq in April of 2006. We were in Ramadi. It was 123 kilometers or 77 miles outside of Baghdad. I was in a Humvee headed to Baghdad for emergency leave due to a death in my family. It was close to midnight and the Humvee I was in was with 3 others and a turret gunner. The 2 other Humvees had the same 5 total people, 1 in front, 1 in back. I was without a weapon due to my leave. The Humvee in front stopped hard. We all figured it was a possible IED or VBIED. The team leader in our HV radioed to the lead HV. The convo went along these lines. "What's up? Why did you stop?" "Something flew in front of the HV." "What? Flew in front of the HV?" "Yes. We didn't see anything." And then the third HV piped in, "Does anyone hear that helo?" HV1 replied, "Yes." HV2, our HV, "Yes, but I don't see it." Just then, in the desert off the highway, was a black figure. It looked like a huge bird. It was like smoke was emitting from it, like a blackish, greenish smoke with a bit of blue tinge. We all focused our eyes to the two troops with better night vision. They could see something but couldn't make out what it was, as the smoke was distorting the view. Within a second or two, a rock was thrown at one of the HVs. A big rock, like the size of someone's head. We all froze. Because of rules of engagement, we weren't allowed to just light it up. We used a spotlight, and in that light, something just flew straight up, and it was loud. And then we heard a loud screeching noise as well. Within a minute or two, it was over. We all sat there in a state of shock, curiosity, and panic. WTF was that? When we got to Baghdad, the translator that they were picking up to bring to the Marines that were with us said that it sounded like an Ifrit. The team leader said, "What?" He explained to us that it was a winged jinn. We were all a bit speechless. We chose not to disclose to our command the winged thing, as battle fatigue, now known as PTSD, was a career killer at this juncture. It's been 13 years since this happened, and I met my now husband in 2015, and he had also been deployed to Ramadi with my sister unit at the time, and he had went through this particular stretch of highway on his mid-deployment leave. He recounted a similar story to me. It was enough to stop me in my tracks. It was pretty close to mine, except that they didn't stop, they just boogied on through. Considering the time we were there was very deadly, including an aid station manned by soldiers that was ambushed and blown to bits. I was a medic, so death was my norm. I still can't wrap my mind around it. And now, apparently, the last two places I lived in, something has followed us. My mom and I moved into a house when I was in the 5th grade. For the record, I'm 25 now. And there was a room in the attic that looked like it was actually built to be part of the house and not some makeshift DIY room. The attic was also not your typical attic with a pull-down door, but a walk-through door. Anyway, the layout was that it made an L shape, and all wooden, and the room was obvious at the end of the L. We used the attic for Christmas decorations and whatnot. But anyhow, on with the story. I turned the room into my little hangout area. The only thing in there when we moved in was a wooden table with 4 chairs and then some weird bench that I hear was a bed, but it didn't look big enough. So me and my friends would always go in there to hang out, play games, and whatnot. Well, one day I accidentally broke the table and was worried that my mom was going to be mad at me. I don't think she would have cared since the stuff was so old. But out of fear, I just grabbed all the stuff that I owned and left the room, closing the door behind me. I think I remember once going back in there a few years later, like 9th grade maybe, but never actually spent an extended period of time. I would always stack the Christmas decorations in front of the wall and door to it. The year before we moved, we decided to move everything into the garage after Christmas for my senior year in high school. That way we didn't have to deal with it when the movers showed up. We never used the garage anyway, but got rid of lots of stuff the year prior, so we had plenty of room. That was the last official time I saw the door. But the absolute last time I stepped foot in that house, the stuff was all packed away, on the truck preparing to leave, and I was doing one last walkthrough when I decided to go into that room and make sure that I didn't forget anything and leave it behind. I went to go to the attic, and it was missing. Nothing but a blank wall. Like there was no way a room could have ever even have been there. I was shocked and asked my mom, but she had no idea. I even called my friends to verify, and yeah, they all remembered the room, but she didn't. It was odd. Very odd. I never felt anything weird about the room at all. Like, I'm pretty sensitive to paranormal stuff, and this just seemed like some random room. The house, in my opinion, was haunted because a guy hung himself in the living room, but I don't believe that that was connected. In high school, my friends and I knew a guy named Gene. For whatever reason, Gene had a habit of telling extremely tall tales centered on himself, as if he were trying to make himself look cooler. The most repeated one was his claim that in a nearby ravine, a coven of druids practiced and were schooling him in ancient magic. He always played them straight, as if they were unquestionably true. He never had any evidence. While taking a walk one night, I happened upon a construction site. Being heavily into urban exploration, I explored the heck out of that site, and upon leaving, tipped over their porta potty. I was still a bit immature, and I thought it was funny. After that, whenever I found one, over it went. One day I told some friends about it, and Gene, ever the showman, chimed in with, "Oh, that's nothing. I like to burn them down." Arson was most assuredly not our thing, and we knew that Gene was full of it, so we were just surprised when, calling his bluff, he offered to prove it by showing us the fruits of his labors. 5 of us piled into the car, only one of us had a car, and followed Gene's instructions. The site was in a rural area with lots of big hills and dense forest, common in the Pacific Northwest. At a sharp elbow on a 2-lane road was a gravel turnoff leading maybe 100 feet into the woods to a gravel parking lot. This was the starting point for a number of hiking trails. There were no lights there, and the street light out on the road didn't show very much through the trees. Also, there were no other cars. One of the trails began past a gate that was designed to keep off-roaders from the trails, and it took a sharp left turn from the back of the parking lot. The porta potty had been about 30 feet or so up the trail, and on a later visit by day, we found out that Gene really did burn it into a puddle of blue goo. That night, we didn't make it there. We had a couple of flashlights, and we all started up the trail as a group. As far as I can recall, we never heard any noises, animal or human. We got about halfway to the spot, then all of us stopped walking. Someone whispered, "Do you feel that?" And we all bolted down the trail, piled back into the car, and got the hell out of there. Once on the road, we compared thoughts. I felt what everyone else did. The deepest, most intense, raw fear that I have ever endured. It was like we suddenly faced impending death. It clearly indicated, I need to leave right this instant. I can only guess that there might have been a cougar or something, as they've been known to attack hikers, but we saw and heard absolutely nothing. I've read that if a little voice in your head tells you to do something, it's a good idea to listen. Part of me wonders if Gene's porta potty fire pissed off some forest spirit or something. I've been back to that trailhead a few times during the day to show friends where this happened. I've also brought a friend who's quote-unquote sensitive, as they say, and they didn't pick up anything. I've had a few odd experiences, including seeing a couple of ghosts, some strange lights in the sky several times, and some other stuff. This is the only unexplainable experience that I've had which was deeply scary. I was about 17 when this happened. I moved in with my father after living with my mom for most of my life. Behind his house is a trail in between our house and the neighbor's house. It's pretty unbeaten, but you can still find your way through it. At the end of the trail, there's a very small pond. The first time I walked back there, I found it very charming, until I turned my head to see a small porcelain sculpture of a boy sitting on a log. The paint had faded from years of sitting there. The shirt was still slightly colored, but the thing about the paint that bothered me most was his eyes. They looked so blank. But the most important detail to the story is the hands, or the lack thereof. His hands were nowhere to be seen. I shrugged it off, thinking it was just a forgotten decoration put there by the neighbor long before I had arrived. The pond behind my house afterwards is where I would go and smoke weed while my dad was home. The sculpture never bothered me too much. That is, until the day that I touched it whilst I was walking around. I walked to the very back of the pond and further into the woods, and found a small, wooden, decrepit shack. I wasn't about to waltz in there and get shanked by a weirdo, so I left it as is, but I got a really sinister feeling from it when I turned my back to it. When I was making the return trip, I had to slightly lean on the sculpture as to not fall into the pond. When I say I've never felt something so sickening and evil, I mean it. I immediately let go and sat back in the small chair that I had set up and began to smoke, thinking I'm just being paranoid. Then, as I finished my bowl, I feel something tug my hoodie slightly, so I jerked my head to see. Nothing there, and I just brushed it off as a branch or something, so I took a deep breath, leaned back in my chair, and looked up at the stars, leaving my arm dangling down off of the chair. Then I felt a small, cold hand wrap its fingers around my index finger. I nearly shit myself, jumped up and sprinted back to my house, leaving all my paraphernalia at the pond. Keep in mind, it's about 9 or 10-ish, so I'm tripping over branches and vines until I found myself back on my back porch. From there, I could hear several twigs snapping and footsteps crunching pine straw heading back toward the pond. I haven't been back since, and I'm not planning on going. Between that old shed and the small, handless sculpture, the whole area gives off bad energy that thankfully I don't think I've brought into my house.
Among the many ghost stories told during lull periods of lengthy military exercises, the one that stood out the most in Singapore is probably that of the Third Door Charlie Company. In short, it was about how a third door was made to allow the spirit of a recruit who had died a gruesome and mysterious death to leave peacefully. There was even a local movie made about the incident called 2359 that you can find on YouTube. I have personally seen this third door, so there's at least some credence to the story. My story, however, happened many years later when the camp was largely unused. My company was planning to use the rifle range near the camp for our annual rifle proficiency test, which lasted several days. I was selected to be part of a very small advance party that would arrive a few days before the main body. The barracks of the camp were essentially longhouses separated by their respective toilets and laundry areas. My platoon mates and I would occupy one of the longhouses during the night, where we would play cards and tell creepy stories to pass time. It was almost midnight, and I needed to relieve myself. I had just stepped out of the barrack when I noticed that the lights of the toilet belonging to the Charlie Company had suddenly come on. The bright white light cast a clear shadow of a man onto the water point of the laundry area. I froze. There was a voice telling me to investigate, while another told me to go and grab my friends. The shadow didn't seem to budge at all during the entire time that I was observing it. Then, I heard my friend calling out for me. This snapped me out of my reverie as I rushed back in and pulled my friends out to show them what I had seen. By then, however, the lights had already gone back off. My friends suggested that it was probably the range warden, which was the only logical explanation. What really puzzled me then was that my friend had called out to me because I had been gone for too long, but yet, in my mind, the whole thing only lasted for a minute or two. The next day, I quizzed the range warden about the incident, and a worried look came over his face as he explained that he was nowhere near the camp the night before. What's more perplexing was that the power to Charlie Company had been cut.
I have an attic in my house, and ever since I was young, I hated going up there. It was dark, as there was no light, and it was always absolutely freezing. It had a really bad energy, and my anxiety would skyrocket whenever I had to go up there with my dad. It felt like someone had set a timer, and time was running out, if that makes sense. It was like I had to get out of there ASAP, or something would happen. In 2016, my parents decided to convert the attic and make it into their bedroom. After this happened, I noticed a lot of unexplainable events. One day, I was off from school and I was home alone. I was lying on my bed watching Jeremy Kyle show clips with both of my cats on the bed with me. Then I heard what sounded like someone walking down the stairs from the attic. It's a very distinct sound, and I knew it was the stairs creaking as they were new and didn't normally make any noise. I paused the video and listened. I didn't hear anything, so I continued watching, now a little on edge. 2 minutes later, I heard the footsteps again. Peanut, my cat, started hissing and meowing and went to the end of my bed and hid. At this point, I was tearing up. I somehow managed to get out of bed and pull my dresser in front of my door. I sat in front of the door and called my dad, sobbing. I explained to him what was happening and he said, "Go out of my room and look." Hell no. I begged him to call my neighbors to come in and get me. It was only after I called my dad 5 times, he kept hanging up on me, that he called my neighbors. One of my neighbors, who have a key, came in. I flew down the stairs, sobbing and shaking. My neighbor checked the house, but no one was there. I didn't feel safe staying home for weeks after this. My best friend and I would hang out after school at my house most days, and whenever we did, we would always hear noises from upstairs. One time in particular, we were in the kitchen making noodles, and we heard banging. I assumed it was my cat and didn't think much of it. My friend then shushed me and said to listen. From upstairs, I could hear the sound of someone opening and closing a chest of drawers and slamming my wardrobe open and shut. Now my cats are loud, but how on earth does a cat open up a drawer? It's a very distinct sound. We ended up waiting in my back garden holding a paint scraper and a knife until my dad came home. This is by far one of the scariest ones. My dad called up the stairs to me and said he was going to the shops. Once he left, I went downstairs to grab some food. I asked my sister if she wanted anything to eat, and she said yes. She was in the front room, so I was talking to her from the kitchen. My dad knocked on the door, and I yelled at her to get it. She didn't. I went to answer it, giving it to her for being lazy. When I opened the door, in came my dad and my sister. After months of noises, banging, hearing people talking and walking around when I was home alone, I was sick of it. I felt anxious to be in my own home, and I had other things to worry about. So one day I decided to try to talk to whatever it was that was in my house. I didn't use a Ouija board. I just sat on my stairs and had a chat, I guess. I told him that I respect that they were in this house before I was, but that they were scaring me and stressing me out. I asked if they would be able to leave or at least stop frightening me. After this, I've never had anything happen in my house. No banging or noises. I think that it was the spirits of the previous owners, a nice elderly couple who sadly died in the house of natural causes. This is a short story. I was maybe 4 or 5 at the time. It was November or October. I'm assuming it was October because that day my dad and I had bought pumpkins for us to carve for the first time, according to my memory. Before we began carving, my uncle and I were in the backyard. My sister and one of my cousins were playing in a pile of leaves beside me next to a tall green pine tree, and my uncle went inside to grab a frisbee for us to catch, and a camera to take a picture of us playing in the leaves. I remember when my uncle went inside, I turned around to look at the beautiful trees. There was another apartment complex behind our own. I remember the sun had started to set, and the golden rays had coated the green, freshly cut grass on the ground. I also noticed a young woman in a white gown in the yard across from me. She was bent over, and she was putting a flower into the jacket pocket on a little boy who was holding a white pillow. My uncle came outside and I asked him, "What is that lady doing?" He smiled and said no one was there. He called over my sister and my cousin and snapped a pic of us. I instantly forgot about the lady in the white dress. Years had passed and I had grown into a young woman. I had moved in with my boyfriend, and as time passed, it came time for us to move out of our apartment. As I was packing, I noticed a box that my dad had given to me when I met my boyfriend. I didn't open it until that time. It was pictures of my family, old clothes I used to wear when I was a little girl. I opened a photo album and looked through it. Then I looked more in the box, and I found a photo, the one my uncle took of me that day when I was a little girl. In the background, within the golden setting sunlight, I saw a woman in a bride's dress. I saw her features and her outline in the sunlight, but only in the sunlight. She looked happy, and she was bent down with both of her hands together holding something. The rest of her body didn't show up. I took the photo with me and visited my uncle, and as we sat down I pulled out the photo and looked at it for a second. I wondered if he would even remember. I then mustered the courage to ask him if he recalled that day. He faintly did, and I showed him the photo, and he smiled, remembering the days when we were all just little innocent kids. I pointed at the sunlight and asked, "Do you see it too?" He looked closer and said, "The woman?" I said, "Yeah. Do you remember when I was a kid and I asked you about the woman in the white dress, and you said that no one was there?" He replied, "Oh yeah, I see it. It must be a ghost." Anyway, that was my little short story.
Me and my friends went into the forest that's in my backyard. We went at least 5 minutes deep into the woods, down to a stream. We looked across the stream and saw a log, or at least what we thought was a log. It might have been, but one of us pointed out that it seemed to have turned its head. We ran as fast as we could back out of there. This was during a sleepover. We went to sleep around 3, but I ended up waking up around 4 after hearing a noise. I saw a shadowy figure that immediately disappeared once I laid eyes on it. I haven't seen anything else since. It could have just been my imagination, but I could have sworn that I did in fact see it. And it had the same outline as what we saw from a distance earlier that afternoon. My friends and I told me that I was just being paranoid, but I don't think I was. So I checked it out again in the same place, and the log figure was gone. So I still feel as if that thing were not after me, but after one of my friends. 2 years later, and still, I haven't heard or seen anything of it. Although every now and then, I do get the feeling that I'm being watched. I've been getting a little less sleep, but I think that might just be the fact that my sleep schedule is trying to adjust, but I still don't know what that thing is, and whether or not it was real, or if it was just part of my mind playing tricks on me. But again, I don't think that was it. Remember when I said I hadn't seen anything of it since? Well, I lied. The other day I went back into the forest, and there it was, in the same position that me and my friends had seen it in 2 years ago. I brought them over there, and they confirmed that they were seeing the same thing. It did not look over this time, but I've had an uneasy feeling ever since. They started to stop with the feeling 1 year afterward, but when I saw it a few days ago, the uneasy feeling increased. I don't know what it is, or what it wants, but I don't like it. It's not anything I've seen in any paranormal YouTube videos or anything else about the paranormal, which leads me back to believing that it wasn't real. But my friends confirmed that it was real, and I'm not questioning what they said. So it was real, and it was scary. I hope the uneasy feeling goes down soon, and if the thing ever comes near my house again, I'm going to call the police. Oh, and I forgot to mention that the morning after the sleepover, I saw not footprints, but something else that I can't quite put my finger on. Something that no human foot
could ever have made. I have no idea what it was, and don't plan on trying to figure it out. This is my story from about 4 years ago. I was on a camping trip with some friends when we decided to go a little bit further into the forest to get the best location at the river. We had some beers and went swimming. When it started to get dark, almost all of my friends wanted to go home. Only my buddies Flo and Laura stayed with me. We lit a fire and continued to drink beer. After some hours, I felt like I had to go to the toilet. No problem, even had toilet paper in my backpack. Our camp was located right at the river, and a big field of high grass separated us from the forest. I decided to go to the high grass right in front of the trees, so I grabbed my phone as a flashlight and grabbed the toilet paper and went in the direction of the forest. It was pitch black, and because of the branches of the trees, I couldn't even see into the forest with my flashlight. So I sat down with my back to the forest and started doing my business. I was about 160 feet away from my friends now and couldn't even hear them talking anymore. When I was almost finished, I heard a sound coming from behind me. It was like the rustle of dry leaves or the crackle of branches. I know it's the kind of horror movie stereotype. I stumbled and said, "Hello? Who's there?" 2 or 3 times. But no one answered. I thought it might be some kind of animal, so I screamed as loud as I could. But to my horror, this thing got even closer. I finished as fast as I could, which still felt like an hour to me, while the sound came closer and closer with each passing second. When I stood up and started running, the thing was so close that I expected it to grab me from behind as I tried to escape. So I ran as fast as I could, screaming and crying. When I arrived at our camp, I told my friends everything. They didn't really believe me, but they were pretty scared themselves. I was 17 at the time, big and muscular, and normally not the type of guy to cry. But this thing made me cry, and it would make me again. I could not sleep at all that night. I sat in my sleeping bag, the river to my back, while staring into the direction of the forest. There were no sounds or anything, just the sound of the wind and darkness. In the morning, we packed our stuff and made our way home. I won't go anywhere near that forest anymore. Jokes were often made about me, but I know what I heard, and I get the shivers right now just while writing this. In Germany, we have no dangerous animals living in the forests. But every animal in our forest would avoid contact with humans, especially when you shout at them. My family and I moved into a new house. It used to have an attic, but it's been sealed off. After a couple of months into living in this house, sometimes I'm just watching TV and I hear scratching from the roof. I just play it off as a bird, as they're common where I live. After 3 weeks, the scratching has gotten worse and more frequent. It's like it's trying to scratch its way out of the roof. By the way, the attic entrance thing is above the outside of my sister's room. One day my sister tells my dad that the seal is open. My dad gets confused because it was supposed to be sealed off completely. My dad goes to close it and realizes that it's really hard to open and close, so whatever opened it was strong. That's when I start to get skeptical. The same night I go to get some snacks from the fridge, I open it to find out that they are all gone. I thought my siblings must have eaten them. In the morning, my parents are going on about a missing cake. The cake was supposed to be for my niece's birthday. They asked if I had anything to do with it, and I said no, along with all my other siblings. I was getting really suspicious about the attic, so I built up the courage to go and check it out. Note that I am probably the most paranoid person in the world, so I was scared for my life, but my curiosity got the best of me. I get the ladder, a torch, and a knife just in case. I open the entrance, I shine my torch to see nothing, but as I search more, I see the cake, empty snack packets, dirty clothes, and a short, dark silhouette. It just freezes in place. Immediately, I bolt and scream for my parents and tell them everything. They tell me to stay in my room. They go up and check, but there was no one there. I'm still shaken from that moment and get nightmares from it. We have since moved from that home and now live a normal, non-scary life. I am a serious skeptic with decades of debunking behind me. But I have a few cases that cannot be covered by SP, sleep disorders, infrasound, carbon monoxide, etc. One personal account occurred a few years ago after my paternal grandfather died, though this was before I dealt with his estate. I was spending a week repairing the old maternal family Bible, a damp, damaged 17th century Welsh edition, so a tough bit of work, and I went to the living room for a break. On the exact spot I was born, old family, old house, was a fixed pillar of smoke. I was a pipe smoker at the time, so recognized it by color and character, and opened all the windows to clear this mysterious miasma. It didn't move at all, and had a distinct Tonkin bean scent. I couldn't name it at the time. The exact same one that filled the hospital room during final prayers for my paternal grandfather. I'm an ex-Methodist preacher, so that fell to me. The pillar was seen and photographed by 2 others. 3 weeks later, I handled the estate, opened a sealed room, and found a Tonkin-based pipe tobacco tin. I spent 12 years ruling out any way that I could have known that scent, and there was no other way or means that I could know it other than spirits held me at that moment that a life ended and supported me to catalog family history. Simple and odd, but interesting. When I, a 24-year-old female, was younger, around 5, my family moved into an old house on the upstairs floor. An older couple lived below us. This was a long time ago, and I was really little, but I remember this all so vividly. When we were first moving in, my mom had to go up to the attic, which, coincidentally, the door was in what would be my room. She took me and my younger brother up with her because I'm assuming she didn't want to leave us unsupervised. I remember not liking it up there, and then the light turned off. Both my brother and I started screaming about red eyes. I do remember them. It wasn't just one. It was a bunch or a few. I couldn't tell you how many. It turns out that the light turning off was my dad because he didn't think anyone was up there. He turned the light back on and asked what was going on, and me and my brother were still hysterical. The thing is, no one remembers this but me. Not even my brother. I chalk it up to a bad nightmare, except for the fact that I remember every detail. And it turns out a mother had drowned her baby in that attic, and my parents had experiences there as well. I feel like that house was the start of my acknowledgement or awareness of the paranormal. The area where I live is a heavily wooded Indian residential area, and we have no neighbors, and the closest town is about 15 minutes away. The only animals that come around are coyotes, black bears, sometimes wolves, and since I live in the southern part of Canada, there aren't any mountain lions that I've seen anyway. So a few nights ago around 2:50 a.m., I heard my dogs barking like crazy, and I got pretty annoyed by this because they never usually do it. It was hard for me to sleep, and I pulled out my phone to check the time, and like I said, it was almost 3. Since my bedroom has a window, I opened it to call my dogs back. and they didn't stop barking. I tried a few more times, but then I heard a sort of wailing, crying sound from the woods. I heard foxes can sometimes make screaming sounds, but this didn't sound like a fox's cry. I don't think it could have actually been a woman, considering, like I said, that we don't have neighbors. I tried telling my grandfather, but he doesn't hear it, and when I told my grandmother, she didn't want to talk about it since she can sometimes be superstitious. I'm renting a house currently with some of my friends, and since we moved in this summer, there was an attic door that had a lock on it from our landlord. Well, me and my friend got curious and decided to try and pick the lock. We ended up getting the combination, and when we went up there, I took 3 photos. One is of the front window, one of the back, and one was of an